Okay. Seems to be working now.
I love when my bloody
Mike driver decides to corrupt itself. I had everything so well prepared today. Had a smooth transition. Ah, wonderful, 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 wonderful. I paused my mic to speak to my significant other. Like all I did was mute it, and its device driver corrupted. Uh, Sorry to make you guys trickle back in. My mic driver corrupted itself after I muted it to talk to my significant other. And I'm frustrated because I had a real smooth intro today of like into content. I had everything set up. It was nice, and then it corrupted itself. Just because it could. Not even for any good reason. Just decided after I muted it, well, that it was gonna take offense to that. I hate when that happens. Something unavoidable and unwarranted occurs. Super annoying. I don't even know what the cause was. I just got a notification on my computer, and my mic just wasn't working. It's great. You mute yourself because you need to talk to someone for a second, and your mic kills itself. So, hello, welcome back. I'm Will the Wisp Boy, and aka Nightshade Makers. And we're gonna play Genshin today. This is what we're gonna do.
These bombs, so heavy.
We're just switching right into it. It's scuffed already. Oh, we were going to change party to a more desert-friendly party. We are a child following a child. This makes sense.
Grandpa? He likes to be alone. Sometimes he stares at the sky in a daze, and Other times he just pokes at the ground with his fingers. Every now and then, he yells out at the top of his lungs, so a lot of people are really scared of him.
I
But
bet.
he's a good person, really. I know he is. I swear, he's just like my real grandpa.
This gets more depressing by the second that you keep talking.
Well, this is where Grandpa usually stays.
So in a researcher tent.
There sure isn't much here.
No.
Incense? Please don't say it's the same one as before. But are you okay? Are you getting dizzy or need to lie down?
There's a scent that you can sense, but I can't.
Yeah, I know, Doug Boy. I'm surprised too.
A certain traveler here once passed out from that smell. Thankfully, Tainari saved the day. And then he gave us a long lecture to explain all about how it worked.
So, you know Tainari.
Of course we do, mate. We know your boyfriend. Calm down.
Huh? You know him too? Are you two friends?
Yes. Now that I concentrate, I can also make out the scent of incense.
Wait, surely Tainari didn't lecture you too.
No. No need. Did you first encounter this scent at Tainari's house? In the forest. From a scholar.
You never split the party.
Oh, where did Grandpa go? Please come home, Grandpa.
Talk to me, boy. At least rather clear. I wanted that. But I want my scorched mushrooms.
What are you looking for, Sino?
Here it is.
Ah.
Take a look right here.
Paimon doesn't see anything.
Although the traces have been completely buried in the sand, there are footprints here, from the size and shape. They belong to an adult male. This pattern is a common one from this area. Local shoes. This was probably someone from... The scent is quite faint, but still extant. The footprints head in the direction of the door.
But who would come looking for Grandpa? He doesn't have any friends.
We'd have to ask whoever lured him away with the incense.
Huh? So you can lure someone away with just a scent? Hey! What's wrong with liking good food? Everyone's got something they love in life.
Yeah, and the people who have gone crazy from that incense, causing them to connect to the tree, probably want to follow it.
Exactly. Most scholars are fond of incense, since the smell supposedly helps them clear their minds and discover new knowledge. Even deep within the clutches of madness, they still yearn for their knowledge-seeking days, and will follow the scent whenever it presents itself.
No, Grandpa. So, someone's taking advantage of their weakness? Huh. Still, are the rumors really true? Could the disappearance of all the mad scholars have something to do with the radicals?
It's highly likely.
Please, you have to save my Grandpa. Grandpa's never done anything wrong. Please help him. Sounds like we'd better help get him back. Don't you worry, Isak. We won't let whoever took him get away with it.
Let's head to Aru Village and inform Candace and the others about what we learned here. After that, we'll set off to find the scholars.
Yay. Scholar findings. It's like looking for papers. College again. Give me that. And come all the way up here not to get a mushroom. Oh, I thought that was something. It's just a thing hanging. Would you be interested in joining the Emmernites? I almost said official's line. Okay. I don't know why, but my chat keeps trying to connect to chat. That's weird. Hopefully the internet doesn't drop out. If it does, someone message me. Oh god, it's peaking. It's peaking. There we go. Get out of this desolate dump and the world would be your oyster. Every young and ambitious soul longs to see the world know. You might all people the desert, sure, but you can't beat that we know how to wrangle more off those tree dwellers. How the fattest walls, they never quibble over prices or delay payments. You just need to take one of their commissions and you'll be set. You won't find a better more-making venture anywhere else. Oh, he gave me a shawarma wrap. I'm assuming she's back over here. Nope, I assumed wrong. She's upstairs. Oh, shinies. Shinies. Food he makes others for free. Bed, but we need to look out for ourselves first, right? When your virtue becomes an issue. I'm stealing nuts from the trees. Call it stealing because they didn't consent.
Right. The darker fabric definitely looks a lot better. That'd be my choice, too.
We're back, Candace! We've got a lot to tell you.
Ah, welcome back.
Sounds like everyone's friends already.
Oh, Dia's here too!
You bet. So, everything goes smoothly?
Reasonably.
Reasonably.
Alhaitham didn't go with you?
We haven't seen him at all.
Huh. I saw him around the village entrance earlier and figured he was investigating with you. I guess he must have gone off on his own.
Yeah, that sounds like the crazy
Did you
bastard.
find out anything useful? I see. So someone used a kind of incense to lead the exiled scholars away from the village.
I still don't know why her voice lines do that. Chat, do
The
you
resurrection
hear that?
of the Scarlet
When she
King?
speaks, that
First
kind of
I've
like
heard of it.
static that happens whenever she does an S.
Far as I know, the kind of incense you just mentioned is only popular beyond the wall. Scholars are fond of it, but as you can see, there aren't many scholars still studying around these parts. No seller would be able to make a profit here. Not to mention making incense is a labor-intensive process. You won't see anybody in the desert with the patience to make or sell something that requires that kind of effort. It seems someone from beyond the wall must have been supporting this.
Makes sense.
So what should we do then? Do we go back to the academia and search for leads there?
Paimon, we can't go back to the academia. The town has been fucking taken over.
If it was any other day, that would be your next logical step. But today, you've got... Didn't you say that the villager got his news from the tavern? Well, I also like to drink at the tavern, so I know a thing or two about these radicals he mentioned.
If Paimon remembers correctly, the leader of the radicals is some guy called Delavar.
Ah, yeah. Delavar, the scar-riddled bandit, Engur, the wide-eyed butcher, and Jabari, the duck-tailed bearded crook. The whole lot of them are known around these parts.
Why is there a dude spying on us in the corner?
These guys have one thing in common, and that's being broke. The rougher life gets, the more they want to believe in the Scarlet King. Way they see it, the Scarlet King's resurrection is their only chance at overthrowing the Academia. Throwing all of Sumeru into chaos is the only way to change the way of life here in the desert. Anyway, that's my guess why they've chosen to become radical.
Tia! You're amazing! You really know this place.
No merc can afford to slack off on gathering intelligence. Every mora I've spent in the tavern has been a valuable investment.
Let's head out.
Now hold on, you're staying right here, Sino.
What?
Aru Village is not a big place. Outsiders stand out here like a sore thumb. I'd bet word about you has already gotten out. The desert is unforgiving, so the way of life here is also a lot tougher than on the outside of the wall. You survive on making connections out here. Compared to you, mercs like me are just third-rate amateurs. I've got no actual fighting skills to speak of. But that also makes it a whole lot easier for me to gain the locals' trust. I need to go around and ask some questions, but it'll be difficult if you're with me. Good, then we've got a plan. The Traveler and Paimon will go to Caravan Rebot with me, and we'll try our best to figure out where the Mad Scholars have been taken. Sino, you'll have to stay in the village and continue investigating on your own.
Alright, sounds like a plan.
We're not gonna do that because he's clearly a tattle. We're not gonna get that far, hopefully.
Sino, please don't take offense. I'm sure Dia just wants to help everyone solve their problem as quickly as possible. That's why she can be so straightforward at times.
I don't mind.
Ah, I see. Well, from the way you were staring out into the distance, I thought you might have been mulling over Dia's words.
No, I'm used to being treated that way. It's natural to fear strength. I take no objection to it.
I don't think you got it at all. She has a fucking nickname. Does not at all sound like, hey, I'm weak. Oh, the game actually wants me to go to Caravan Rebot. Okay. First, let me just
Take it easy.
grab this fly. And I've gotten enough for this. Third constellation awoken. Ah, I missed it. Ah, crack in the joints.
Well, here we are again.
Sounds like you're starting to get familiar with the area.
amazed every time we see the wall of Samiel. How can a wall this tall even exist? It's almost unreal.
I know what you mean. I had the same question every time I walked this way when I was a kid. Also, why is this high wall here? And can a wall really block sandstorms? It was only after I grew up that I realized the wall of Samiel isn't just there to keep out the sandstorms. It serves a more important purpose, keeping out people like us. Sumeru is run by wise and mighty sages. To them, us desert dwellers are nothing but tools that can be used and discarded at their whim.
Okay, so maybe stop calling them wise and mighty sages, because you're perpetuating an idea that they're better than you in some way.
We're cheap labor, like livestock, but easier to control. Nothing more. Even if a child from the desert got the chance to obtain an Akasha terminal, almost all their requests for knowledge would be denied. The academia believes we're underserving. Geniuses like Satari are 1 in a million. The other children never get a single chance to try and rewrite their fate. Even though the academia knows very well that we're humans, just as they are.
I don't know, are the people with the animal features technically human? Is that just like a human bloodline? I don't know.
That's terrible.
Doesn't mean they're any less sentient or that they shouldn't be treated the exact same. Just curious on species.
I would tear down this wall with my own hands if I could.
Hey, Dia.
No, not at all. This place just gets me thinking, that's all. Besides, we're here to procure information, aren't we?
Yep, we gotta catch those.
Shh. Caravan Rebot is crawling with people, so be careful what you say. We don't want anyone to find out what we're here for. Our mission started the moment we arrived here. Let's go check out the tavern. Maybe we'll find someone I know.
Yes, lady with the Millennium Puzzle.
Just our luck. None of them are here today.
You mean you don't see anyone you know?
There's like 2 people.
Dia, is that you? What a coincidence. You here for a drink too?
Zaki. Finally, a friendly face.
Oh, and who do you have with you here? Guests from another land? Hello. I'm Zaki. Dia's, how would you put it? Drinking buddy?
We've had drinks together a few times. You could say we go back a ways.
Millennium Puzzle.
Anyway, as far as my friends here, they aren't too shabby, are they? You rarely see any Outlanders so friendly and respectful nowadays.
Absolutely. Much better than those people on the other side of the wall. So, Dia, are you looking for someone?
Yeah. Have you seen Engur, Delavar, or Jabari recently?
Of course I have. Matter of fact, we were all here drinking together just a few days ago.
I've got a spice trading deal from another nation. I thought maybe Delavar and his friends might be interested. Know where I could find him?
Ah, how thoughtful of you. Then I assume you also know that Delavar's been having a hard time making ends meet these days, so you came here to help him out?
Hey, keep it down. Let's just say I prefer to keep this deal a secret. Y'all at Caravan Rebot are like family. If there's more to be made, why not do it together? Besides, Delavar and his friends have muscle. They'd be a good fit for escorting the goods.
Yes, how considerate of you. Delavar's my friend too, so of course I can take you to him. Come with me.
Why do I feel like this is a trap? Oh, because everything feels like a trap.
Take it easy.
This all feels like a trap. Ba-dow.
Are we there yet?
Yep, this is the place.
This place is practically deserted. What are they doing in a place like this?
Why don't you take a guess? Go on, a wild stab in the dark. You're like lambs to the slaughter.
Oh no! It's an ambush!
Of course it's an ambush. It was always an ambush.
What's this all about, Zaki?
Come on, Dia. You really think we didn't hear about what you said back in Aru Village? The boys have kept a close eye on you from the moment you set foot there. Not only do I know that you're looking for Delavar, I also know that you've teamed up with people from the Academia to look for the missing scholars.
So, you've been watching us from the very beginning?
Uh-oh. Paimon knew leaving Sino behind was a mistake!
And you left the strongest one in the village, didn't ya? Who do you think you are? You really thought we'd fall for your little business deal nonsense?
So you and Delavar have been partners all along.
Dia, I guess it's only natural for a traveling mercenary like you to be out of the loop. Those of us who hang around the tavern have stronger bonds than you think. But you got one thing right. We're all looking forward to an uprising in Sumeru. There's nothing more we'd like to see than the desert folk overthrowing the Academia.
If that's the case, then I'm sure Delavar wouldn't miss a second of it.
I'll be honest with you. If it weren't for what you said in the village, your little monologue about the Wall of Samiel would have convinced me that you're one of us.
Delavar. And Engar, you're here too, huh?
Long time no see, Miss Mercenary.
Not a one of them has
You
a
should have known the
beard.
traitors are what us followers of the Scarlet King despise the most.
Dia, I thought that you, a fellow desert dweller, would understand that the Scarlet King is greater than the Dendro Archon. Little did I know, you don't deserve to join us.
Yeah, gee, what a missed opportunity. Adopting radical views and kidnapping innocent scholars, all because of some baseless rumors. Anything else I'm missing out on?
See? There you have it. Mercenaries are just a bunch of faithless scum with only one thing on their minds. Mora. Pathetic. You're all like a pack of street rats.
You're not wrong. Mercenaries are driven by Mora, and my faith lies with whoever's paying me. As long as there's a profit to be made, anyone can become my friend.
Enough talking! Get him!
Yeah, we were always gonna kick you in the teeth.
Just as I expected. Let's teach him a lesson, traveler.
She literally asked for this to happen.
New punching bag.
Gotcha.
Hi! Jumpy Dumpy Toe!
Am I?
Last one!
Game's up. Fun's over.
Impossible! How could you?
Yeah, I brought the stronger
So,
one.
what do you think about your meticulous network now, Zaki? How did you say it? It's only natural for a traveling mercenary like me to be out of the loop. I'm guessing your informant told you that I'm just an incompetent merc with no real fighting skills, correct? I mean, that is what I said after all. And of course you would believe everything he reported. The only thing you know about me is that I'm a mercenary, but you've never seen me in action. Even though you heard we went to handle monsters together, you believed that Candace was the only one doing all the real fighting. That so-called Flame Mane is just a fraud. She admitted it herself. She just uses her connections to gain the trust of others. That's what you thought, right?
You lied in the village because you figured that we'd have people watching you.
And you were stupid enough to fall for it. I figured as much the first time we drank together. You all thought you were so smart. Pathetic.
Yay!
Okay, that should be all of them.
Whoa! So you've been planning this since we were in Aru Village?
Of course.
No task can be done without preparation. I just happened to notice a couple suspicious-looking people while you were out investigating.
Oh, but instead of catching them right away, you let them report back.
Those two who were snooping around were just a couple small fries. If we want to get the real catch, we have to be patient and give it some time.
Oh, you mean the funny name she mentioned back in Uncle Ampu's house? The wide-eyed butcher, scar-riddled band?
That's just a bunch of drunk talk. Edgar and Delavar like to talk themselves up when they're drinking. Edgar, the wide-eyed butcher, and Delavar, the scar-riddled bandit, are the nicknames they came up with for themselves. Alcohol has a way of making people share what they really think. So Edgar and Delavar are always rambling in the tavern about how the Scarlet King is a superior deity.
What about Zaki?
He's just a numbskull who fell right into our trap. Zaki was probably the best hidden of them all. My initial plan was to find Delavar first, and then try to track him down. That's what you wanted to ask when we were at Uncle Anpu's house, right? Jabari is one of the villagers you talked to. You know, the one who wanted to treat Isak and his grandpa to some food.
Wait, so he's a radical too?
No, he isn't. I just needed to tack on a random villager name to make the eavesdropper think that I was making some wild guesses based on my impressions.
Wow, what a genius idea! Well, that's an expert mercenary for ya.
Ah, you're too kind. It was straight from the usual playbook, if I'm honest.
So, that thing you were saying before,
About what?
about how mercenaries only care about Mora, and that anyone's a friend as long as there's a profit.
Does that bother you? What makes you so sure?
Dia, do you dislike the Dendro Archon like the other desert folk?
You two are pretty sharp. No, I don't have anything against the Dendro Archon.
Okay, I'm warming up to her.
I've heard a lot of nice things about the Lesser Lord from Dunyarzad. I can understand her devotion and gratitude. Dunyarzad's just an ordinary person. There's no way a god would be so involved in the lives of everyday people, unless they were truly compassionate. I've begun to realize that the sages are behind everything that's happened recently. The radicals' blind belief in the Scarlet King, making the Dendro Archon out to be an enemy. It's all the academia's trickery. But I see through it all. And unlike them, I can never be hostile towards anyone who's never done anything wrong.
Dia.
Anyway, looks like we're done with business here. Traveler, lend me a hand. Let's tie him up and bring him to the village.
Yay, criminal time.
This should be all of them. I'll let you take it from here.
All right. I'll be in touch. Until then, please stand by.
Candace, do you need any help?
Candace will be okay on her own. I trust her, so you can too.
She's going to punch them in the face with a shield.
She's been guarding Aru village for quite some time now. If anyone is qualified to question the offenders, it's her.
While I'm questioning them, why don't you pass some time by exploring the area?
I'll meet you back here tomorrow morning, Traveler.
So Candace is apparently
As for
knows how
these
to
idiots,
interrogate people.
let's just hope they live to see another day.
Why does that sound like we're going to torture them instead of interrogate them?
Candace is an expert at dealing with people like this. All we have to do is wait for her word.
This is not helping me think that Candace is not some kind of torture expert by the way you keep talking. A whole day? What the fuck? A few hours should be what you need, not a day. It seems like the building is falling apart. Is this? Oh no, it's an intentional design? Ah, yes, it's intentional. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Feels like this should be a worry. Oh, hello.
Quietly now.
Would y'all like to die? Just random snipes. Lisa going fishing to catch some fish. Fucking obviously, 'cause it's fishing.
Victory is on. Whoa, nice catch. One is closing the roads.
Why are we closing the roads? Small child. Stop trying to close roads and cause traffic issues.
Yeah, you nearly got him. Paimon thinks you've earned yourself a new title, Favonius Fish Catching.
Okay, so that was the first one. I didn't realize he was a jumper. I was like, do I have two now?
So close, so close. Stay cool. Wow, Paimon's stomach is rumbling already.
Like, do I have a brown one? Sunset, Peachwood, and True Fruit. Ah, there's also the Sandstorm, which is what these are. So I don't have a Sandstorm one. Yay.
You've got it. You got it.
Gonna put you in a
Ooh,
fish
look at
tank.
that. Quick, let's go show it off.
I'm gonna put you into a fish tank.
Victory is almost ours. Wow, Paimon's stomach is rumbling already.
Ah, Genshin, aka Fishing Simulator.
Yeah, you nearly got him. Wow, Paimon's stomach is rumbling already.
Just because I need to catch like 2,000 fish, I will also catch you.
You've got it. You got it. Wow, Paimon's stomach is rumbling already.
Ah, no more fish. Stop trying to impede traffic. Little devil. Let's see. I don't really want to try to figure that one out right now. I'm like, I gotta wait. I've never fought this boss before. Like, I probably won't pull on him. I do just want to punch him in the face, though. I didn't ever fight him because I never got Tanari. I think he's the only one that uses him. Because Kale didn't need him. He's not underground. Where is he, actually? Ah, that might be the quest for it. Will I make it to the top? Will I make it to the top? I probably should have given myself a second to rest and then went up, but you know how it be.
Yeah.
Nope, didn't make it. Isn't gonna hurt. Maybe. Oh, didn't hurt. Well, that's good. Why we wait? Charge up. Did I just... I forgot where all those notes were. Benedict, since I did the song. Thank you, hidden flower. Ancient Ruin Garden looks deprived of energy. The quest went away. Probably because I was probably supposed to go through the ruins. Which all triggered when I entered them. Ah. Yep, still gone. No idea why. That's probably not good that the quest is gone. But let's fight this guy. Aeon Blight Drake. A rune machine that can absorb energy and hurl it back as an attack. This machine has even greater abilities than the Ruin Drake, being able to attack from the air and on the ground. The Aeon Blight Drake can periodically release a danger torrent of energy and increase its own elemental resist against the previous main type of elemental damage suffered. Under various circumstances, the cores all over its body will be exposed. Take such opportunities to attack those cores, and you may be able to immobilize this creature and remove its elemental resistance bonus. Whenever this creature recovers from paralysis, it will switch between aerial and ground attack forms.
Busted. Hear me. Quietly now. Things are about to get sexy. Take it easy.
Jumpy, jumpy, go!
And Jumpty Dumpty kills it. And treat it like every other rune guard. Shoot it in the face. Why not? Oh, that Hydro Fragment actually helps. Well, child. Otherwise, none of this matters to me. A motive device obtained from a mysterious ruined machine. The machine it once powered may have been destroyed, but it continues to rotate all the same. There should be no such thing as an energy source that can sustain itself forever in this world, and most research results obtained in the field of perpetual motion have been eventually proved false. Yet this device is proof that a non-destroyed civilization once reached heights that present-day nations could not hope to match. I feel like it's still a
I
lie.
found a really weird-looking lizard.
But
Want me to show it to you?
doesn't really matter. Whatever that mission was, it disappeared and it didn't come back. So I don't care. Could have possibly been about, because I didn't catch what words Paimon said. So I'm like, was it about this dude? Like, is he still in here somewhere?
Da, da, da.
Like, he had been down here, but I know he moved up to the cockpit.
Woo! La la la.
Yo, he's still here. Like a weirdo. That's okay. Be as weird as you wanna be, mate. Okay, so we're just gonna speed up time. I was gonna do side objectives, but you know, fill up the time normally. But now I'm bored. In a single challenge, interrupt the energy flow of the Aeon Blake Drake by attacking the Cornet's head. I have done this. Defeat an exhausted... I guess I haven't killed it in its exhausted state. I guess I usually kill it when it stands up. So, make it get resistance twice. Because I have... What does break here mean? I don't know what break there means. There's a bunch of, like, achievements.
Explosion?
Oh, yeah, I was
Sounds
going to
similar.
skip time. I think it was 6. We did 6 to 12 or something like that.
Whoa. Explosions can hurt people. Hey, Dia.
That was a weird pause.
Right on time. We'll know any moment now.
Oh, my neck.
Paimon's been wondering. You seem to know Candace pretty well.
We've known each other for some time now. She's a pretty interesting person. Even though she's an extremely strong warrior, she never misuses her powers against others.
Oh, Paimon knows what you mean. Like a lot of martial artists say, never take the fight outside the ring.
Yep, I guess you can put it that way. It takes strong convictions to be as dedicated as she is, and shoulder that kind of responsibility. Us mercs, on the other hand, we pretty much live from one day to the next.
Well, Paimon thinks you're great too.
Really? Thanks for that.
Sino, do you want to just talk about how you're there?
Sino's here, and he's pretty early too.
Yes. I was here yesterday to help out a little.
To help out? By doing what?
Torture, of course.
Sharing some interrogation techniques.
Oh, you mean you taught Candace some more persuasive methods?
Right.
Wow. We're
Come
just
on in, everyone.
really, really glossing, just not even glossing over, just tiptoeing around the fact that we're torturing people.
Come on, let's go inside.
It does not sound like an interrogation. They keep saying the words persuasive and interrogation. It does not sound that way. Also remember, if you're watching me and you play this game, you can get drops by watching. Remember to collect them.
Candace, where? Whoa, you look furious.
Do I? Huh. What gave it away?
Oh.
Oh, there's no mask that can hide true bloodlust. Cover up your eyes, and it'll still show itself at the corners of your mouth.
Perhaps I need to work on my composure. Still, it's perfectly understandable why I'm angry. I'm sure everyone present would agree.
Why are we? So it looks... They're talking like they're torturing. And now it looks like they just got scolded by their mother.
Yes, ma'am.
Please, don't beat us anymore. We're gonna die.
They do not look like they've been tortured.
Well, looks like Sino taught her well.
You fear death yourselves, yet you do not hesitate to place the lives of others at risk. The absurdity is mind-boggling. The ones you call mad scholars are known to us as the Village Keepers. They are vital members of our community, and some even count them as family. You come here, to my village, and you treat my people as nothing more than stepping stones towards your goal. Tell me, what would you do to you in my position?
Mercy! Please have mercy!
You've made your bed.
We may both be desert dwellers, but there is one thing that I understand better than you. The resurrection of the Scarlet King will only result in war. And war serves no one. The people of Aru Village care little about which god is in power. Life may be tough and tiring, but we wish to preserve our way of life. A war would only cause us to lose all that we have. And that is not a responsibility that you can afford to shoulder.
We understand. We're sorry. I'll tell you everything I know. Please, just let us go.
You know, this room looks really put together for her having beaten them this.
I'm listening.
You might not believe this, but it wasn't us who came up with this idea. Someone was spreading rumors in the tavern. That's how we ended up hearing about the Scarlet King's resurrection. Some mystery man told us that mad scholars will make the perfect sacrifice to usher in the Scarlet King's resurrection. They give their lives, and we can get anything we wish for.
They're called Village Keepers. Slip up again, and you'll regret it.
Yes, sorry. It was all that mystery man's doing. He told us to spread word about the Scarlet King's resurrection and talked us into helping him. In return, he said he'll help facilitate the resurrection process. I'm not sure.
That's one.
Huh? One what?
Strike. You get a total of 3. Then, you die by my hand.
Wait, I'm telling the truth. We don't know anything. It was all...
2.
He got us to lure them out of their houses in the night with some kind of incense. We take them to a junction outside the village. Then the mystery guy takes them from there. You gotta believe me, please. I'm telling the truth, I swear. Just ask them if you don't believe me.
That was indeed the truth. Traveler, go on.
Ah, yes.
You have to believe me. If I knew that, I would have told you his name right away. I'm not risking another beating to keep his secrets. No way. That guy, he wears a cloak, and he's always careful to cover his face. He calls himself the Scarlet King's envoy.
I believe I may know what's going on.
Uncle Anpu.
Oh, and we're still punching people.
Smooth.
Yay.
Okay, speak.
If my suspicions are correct, this mystery man they speak of could be from the Academia. Some time ago, people from the Academia attempted to take the Village Keepers away. I refused, insisting that they are part of our community. It strikes me now that this secretive character shares the same goal they had.
Which means it's highly likely that the Academia was purposely spreading a false rumor to trick the radicals into delivering the Village Keepers right into their hands. They were the ones who brought them here to begin with. Now they're trying to take them back? We aren't gonna let that happen.
Not the Academia again.
Just as I thought. But what could they want with the Village Keepers?
People are nothing but tools in the eyes of the Academia. A change in their plans likely means they found another way to exploit the scholars. Regardless, our top priority now is locating the Village Keepers.
I feel like there's no amount of guards I couldn't cut through to just kill the sages. And that we're really not taking that option for some reason.
You're right. Isak is still waiting for news on his grandpa.
Time to go. Let's leave the village and try to track them down.
Yes. Pack up and get ready to leave.
You got it. Candace, I'll let you deal with the radicals. Leave everything outside the village to us.
All right.
Let's meet back here once everyone's ready.
Ah, corpses! Uncle.
I just hope everyone's all right.
Clearly they are not. Your hope is ill-founded.
What scheme is the Academia brewing now?
Like 12. There's like 6 sages and then another dude who's above them all, if I remember correctly. So, like, 2 per. I don't think the big guy has, like, any different than the other ones.
You look worried. Thinking about the village keepers?
Yes. I'd look for them myself if I could. As members of our village, each one of them is very important to me.
You have a strong sense of belonging here. I guess I'm the opposite. Mercs are stray dogs, wherever they go.
Dia, don't say that. You can be a part of this community too.
Thanks. I'll let you know when I feel like joining.
See, I don't think you get to tell them when you're part of the community. I think they already stole you. And we double check everyone's home for things that we can steal, because we be steely little ferrets and nasty little steely little wisps. And then we leave. There's nothing in here for me to take. Hi.
Food in us, and then we'll... Whoa! Where did you come from?
Well, as you can see, I am merely sitting here and reviewing what we have deduced thus far.
You were gone for ages, and now you're suddenly sitting here musing to yourself? Hey, what's with the silence?
You never think things through before asking questions. I'm giving you some time to make up for that.
Paimon's so mad! Paimon's gonna give you an ugly nickname! Never mind! Paimon's got nothing. There's just nothing super obvious to pick with this guy. It makes it so hard.
Well, you've heard nothing to suggest I left this whole time. So clearly, I stayed in the village to investigate. Anyway, you plan to leave Aru village and keep searching for the truth of this matter, yes?
Aethum, you literally make it impossible to trust you.
Yep. We're not gonna find out anything more by staying here. Enough with the silent treatment!
No. I'm just surprised that you decided to team up with him.
Alhaitham, you haven't helped us out at all ever since we arrived at Aru village. Bold of you to question our choices.
Yeah, you're all talk.
While you were investigating, I had my own work to do, which I've now finished.
Really? Paimon doesn't believe you.
To be honest, we aren't really a team, so I have no obligation to inform you of my whereabouts.
See, that's the issue.
Not to mention that going separate ways allowed me to find some important information that you all had missed.
Huh? Right here in the...
Correct.
What did you learn?
I'm going to take you to someone. But before that, you need to understand where she's coming from.
What does that mean?
How do you think the residents of Aru village feel about what we're doing? In other words, do you truly believe every single word the villagers tell us?
You mean some of them like...
Hiding the truth does not necessarily equate to lying. Again, these people have their reasons. Remember what Gandis said? Most people in Aru village don't necessarily care which deity is in charge of Sumeru. That's because whether the Scarlet King or the Dendro Archon has power is of little significance to them. By contrast, the perils of their daily lives are ever-present concerns. They won't simply share everything they know with you without good reason. That's why you believed there was no further information to be found in this village. Glad you're following along. Among those you have talked to, there's someone who was consciously keeping you out of the loop. In fact, she's been observing your every move since you arrived. The reason being, to someone who only wants to live their life in peace, any external factors introduce unpredictability into the equation.
Those eyes. Those fierce eyes. You look like a real fighter.
Don't change the subject.
It's quite obvious that she's intimidated by Sino's authority and strength.
Right. You were asking about the the mad...
She corrected herself mid-sentence because she's aware that there are Scarlet King fanatics in the village. If she sounds too friendly towards the village keepers, she could easily make herself the Radicals' next target.
I think it's been a few days since I last saw them. I usually go to bed pretty early, so I'm not too familiar with what goes on at night.
Remember? She made a point of denying her involvement in anything that occurs at night.
But honestly, I feel quite sympathetic towards them. Even though they act a little strange, they've helped me in the past. If it weren't for them, my house would have collapsed long ago.
After speaking to the village chief, it became clear that the village keepers had protected Aru village at night. In other words, the young miss was very much awake during that time.
Then why would she lie?
By getting involved with an outsider, she risks drawing unwanted attention to herself. As for why she might be so wary about all this, maybe you should...
I'll pass on this one. You said that she is afraid of me. If so, it's best if I stay out of this.
We're on it!
Ah, he's so annoying. Why would I go into her home game? This doesn't seem at all logical.
Miss Shawnee, as we discussed earlier...
Mr. Alhaitham, I'm aware of where you stay.
Huh? What do you mean? We need to
Go ahead and talk to her. You'll get the answers you want. Go on. Earn her trust.
Is it really that simple?
May I call you Traveler? Hi, Traveler. I want to ask you something. Do you think the resurrection of the Scarlet King can truly change Sumeru for the better? Why's that? That's very similar to what Miss Candace says. I know you two are friends. That's why I'm willing to talk to you, even though I do have some reservations. Before, I wouldn't even have the courage to ask something like this. Traveler, do you believe our lives will get better?
Yeah! We came here from another nation, so it isn't wrong of you to be weary. And we aren't really residents of any one nation. But even so, we've met lots of people from different places, and we've always fought for what we believed in. We have friends in Sumeru, and we want to help them. That's why we decided to stay here for a while.
I want to trust you. My apologies for posing my questions like that. To be honest, I didn't expect you to come back for more information.
Alhaitham told us you have your reasons. It's okay. We understand.
The fact is that only one side of my family is desert folk. I don't really fit in anywhere in Sumeru. Some believe in the Dendro Archon, while others believe in the Scarlet King. I don't belong to either side, and neither side would want me.
Yeah, I feel like Lesser Lord Kusanali really doesn't care and loves everyone.
Speaking of which, the Radicals mentioned that they despise traitors. Do they just think that anyone who's different from them is a traitor?
Yeah. Some people can be so narrow-minded when it comes to bloodline and beliefs. It makes no difference what I say or how I behave. I'll always be suspected of having ulterior motives. Slowly, I just stopped talking to people. I pretended not to hear or see anything. All I want is to live my life in peace. And then it happened. The village keepers who had helped me disappeared with no explanation, and I didn't dare breathe a word about it to anyone. Until now.
You can tell them. I'm sure he'll keep your secret.
All right. I'll tell you what I told Alhaitham. I actually have a sharper sense of hearing than most. Sometimes, I hear strange crying sounds in the night.
There are ghosts?
Perhaps. I'm not sure. It's faint, but it's definitely the sound of crying. It comes from far away in the distance, and always carries very raw emotion. It used to be louder and more frequent, but ever since you arrived in the village, it doesn't seem to happen as often, and when it does, it's much quieter. I have to focus really hard to make it out.
I confirmed this with the guards on night duty. They also have someone with a good ear, and he's heard similar sounds at night. But, because we're in the middle of a desert, he would rather believe that they are the cries of beasts than ghosts.
There's really nothing around these parts, except for an old hospital not far from the village.
I think they used to use it for treating Elazar, but it's been abandoned for years.
Yeah, let's go!
I'm interested to see how they will connect this to what's happening in Sumeru and the Doctor. Because we have someone called the Doctor. And now we're going to a hospital. So I want to see if they connect those two. It's an interesting leaping point. I don't care how much Hatham helps us. He never makes himself trustable in any way.
Sounds good to me.
Boing, boing, boom! Da, da, da.
I'll take my leave. Yeah, you do that. I got a potato. Potato.
Ooh, is this the place? It's in terrible shape, and there's sand everywhere.
Empty and forgotten. An ideal place to hide people.
Game. Oh, okay. You let him die finally instead of just fusing him with stone.
Monsters, watch out!
I didn't mean to climb the tree.
Gotcha. Game's up. Fun's over.
Fallen Emma, help!
Barbados, guide us.
Boing, boing, boom!
Back. Get off the wall, Cleve.
Busted. Here comes the cash.
Just like we rehearsed. They were easier to deal with than Paimon had expected. Super strong bandits? Or monsters taller than buildings dropping out of the sky? Or, you know, something like that.
That monster was taller than some of the buildings. It's Dendro.
He looks super serious. We gotta stay on our A game too.
This is the one.
Yes, use your Dendro powers and a catalyst? I don't know, you pointed. I could tell you it was
Let's
the one.
go in and take a look.
It was the one that was sealed by negative people around it.
Hey, I hate the...
Patience. Shawnee says she only hears the crying at night. We have time to burn.
And those barrels.
Until then,
It's underground, isn't it?
I'm taking a break.
And just like that, he sits down. What are you reading? Let Paimon...
Okay, sure.
Huh? position, which is the positional propensity of an entity in natural motion in contrast with an object in forced motion? Huh? When free from external influences, every entity displays the tendency to follow its natural trajectory?
So, you got that?
Oh, Paimon gives up. You keep reading your book. See ya!
He's reading a physics book.
How is he so relaxed? Look at him, reading an impossible book in a creepy place like this. Hey, what good is that gonna do for you? You're acting like one of those annoying grown-ups who go around nagging people to focus on their studies. Hey, what gives? Shouldn't you be the one providing for Paimon? Oh, right. Okay then. Thank you for working so hard and earning so much more. If it weren't for you, Paimon would probably still be floating around in the ocean somewhere. Thank you.
Aww, that was cute. Worth dealing with Hatham for this. Why did the sky turn green first?
Paimon's getting so sleepy. Huh? What was that sound?
There it is. It's coming from that direction.
Yeah, it's a ghost. Not the first one I've experienced. What do you mean? A ghost taught me how to cleanse a giant tree.
Is the sound coming from here? Huh. Paimon's not seeing anything.
Yeah, because it's underground.
It's from below.
But there's no way we can get down there.
Something is off about the interior here.
The giant wooden pallet not giving it away. Was that supposed to look like a trapdoor? Hey, look, it's a maze.
As I thought. There's a hidden structure.
Why didn't we find this in the morning?
Wow. It's like they tucked another hospital into this one.
Or they just had a basement.
Oh, it looks like there are other mechanisms around here. Let's keep exploring.
Is it medical equipment? Ah. That's what it meant. Ah! I'm sorry, I had to. I'm also playing way too much DRG. Just kept hitting E. Nope, that's the wrong character. I know. I see the rocks, Chad. Don't worry. Oh, enemies appeared. He didn't turn into meat. This is bullshit. Ah!
Barely a scratch.
Wouldn't let me move. Would you all like to come here for just a moment of your time? Why are you impossible to hit? They're ghost animals. That's why I got no drops. Clearly. Cool. This was not coded well to climb. Damn it.
Wind, hear me.
I'm real annoyed that that's still a thing where they're screen locking. This area is having lots of glitch issues. He's stuck. He's stuck butt sliding.
Gotcha. Things are about to get dicey.
Lazy delight! Woo! Jumpy, jumpy, go! Woo! Hi-ya! Yeah! Hi!
Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Oh! I feel like I probably wasn't supposed to go in here yet. Oh, I got the scarab, okay. Right. Death from above.
Quietly. I swear by my sword.
Just like we rehearsed! Woo! Jumpy, jumpy, go! Ta-ta-ta! Boing, boing, boom!
I don't need to break your power stance. Your HP can die first. Oh, there was another person up there. Well, I hate to tell you this. Goodbye.
La la la! Woo!
Curb stomped.
Maybe there's even more buried below! La la la! Jumpy, jumpy, go! Boom! Boing, boing, boom!
Nice fried scorpion.
Quietly now. Here comes the catch.
Blow them all up. Yeah. Da da da. Yeah. Yeah. Yay, shiny.
That guy is dead. Which is very sad because, like, I didn't defeat him, which means he just died there. Which we know from the chasm is not a good thing. Just double checking that we don't have any fake rocks. I didn't think any of those were, but you know. Two charge attacks and they're dead.
Busted. Take it easy. Barbados, guide us. Gotcha. Easy money.
Thought so.
Quietly now. Game's up. Fun's over.
La la la. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know why this chest is still sealed. Oh, you. I'm like, oh, God punished me. I should have died. But now I'm hiding in this hole, living like a lizard. That evil doctor has forgotten me, and so has God. Wait in the pit that was dug, and the end will come, just as he will eventually return with his 7 glorious apostles. When that time comes, there will be no more suffering. Hawkman and Avon will return to their beloved Aru village, and little Arabaza will have all the sweets he wants. And I, Dunes, Sumterbeast's home, will Mom and Dad be there waiting for me when the end comes? They are still healthy, so they should be in the fields. They shouldn't. I don't want to die. Are you still listening, King of all the children of the sand? We have been punished with Elzazar because we were lazy and wasted the precious fields God gave us. I accept this. Huh. Dark.
Yeah.
I definitely feel like I came here out of order. It's Scorpion.
La la la. Da da da. Jumpy jumpy go.
Going through the desert gave me tons of meat. I definitely did something out of order. Because these cutscenes seems like there was a purpose to them. God forgives all. That's all it says? It took that much space to write God forgives all? Farming tool appearing in a wasteland like this is quite the surprise. Other than serious erosion, the handle of the hoe is covered in mud. It seems unusable. There was one survivor who got away. Oh god, what happened in the hospital? I didn't even notice that I got that one earlier. So how far away? Ah, fuck. Just gonna teleport there. Like, that took me all the way underneath the mountain.
Take it easy.
This area definitely seems like it has a few issues, or at least I'm experiencing a few issues while playing it. Like, enemies getting ragdoll physics happening. Let me go around. That keeps happening. I did not find an ancient key. So the basement's full of evil. Patient Abbas, male, 23 years old, mole on the left side of the forehead and left hand. While his condition remains very serious, survival will be difficult without professional medical care. The patient's survivability, once found, immediately inform. Don't give up, stay positive. All beings are under the watchful eye of the divine, so don't ever give up. The rest of the target has been rendered unreadable by weathering. Keep a balanced diet, rest regularly, and maintain a good mood. Monday, mint bean soup, tanshin lunch, curry shrimp, pan puree, salad, biryani, fish with cream sauce, potato boat, shashaka bean cake. The remaining sections are blank. That emergency note has a really long distance to it. In case of emergency, contact the physician on duty immediately. Monday, Ibrahim. Tuesday, Wednesday, Amidi. The remaining sections are blank. We're about to have a whole lot of dead people, aren't we? They will at least won't show the bodies. There seems to be the darkened remains of a stem inside the vase. It was probably used to hold flowers. The words for Avon are at the bottom of the bottle. It seems to have been a gift to someone named Avon.
approach him slowly without alarming him.
Wait. You're...
He can't speak, and his eyes are unfocused. But he looks too young to be anyone's grandfather. Also, why is he the only one here?
Didn't expect to see him here.
You know him?
He's Razak, a senior of mine at the Academia.
He's a scholar too? Is he the kind that holes up in a forest and mumbles stuff about training?
No. And that's the problem. Razak was never involved in any of those things. He never trained in the forest, let alone reach Satyavada life. Leaving that question aside for the moment, him being here alone means that we might be too late. Looks like they've already taken everyone away. For whatever reason, they left Razak here. Perhaps they simply didn't have time to come back.
Ah, drag marks.
There are drag marks on the ground. They're clearer by the doorway. Someone was forcefully drawing a cart that was loaded with something heavy.
Loaded with people?
That is one possibility. It looks like they were in a hurry, as if they were afraid of being caught. The symptoms are identical. Looks like we found living proof.
Huh? What?
Allow me to jog your memory. Recall your time at Port Ormos. Don't you think his symptoms look familiar?
Oh, now that you mention it, they're acting the same way.
Correct. The Academia is behind all of this. It isn't difficult to deduce their rationale. First, the Academia spread a false rumor of the Scarlet King's resurrection, emphasizing the role of the village keepers, the mad scholars who were exiled to Aru Village. These rumors were all the persuasion that the radicals needed, and those based in Aru Village leapt into action. Unbeknownst to them, of course, through rounding up the scholars, they were actually helping the Academia, as well as being able to exploit the radicals for their own ends. This scheme has one further advantage to the Academia. All the risks and responsibilities are offloaded onto the Scarlet King's followers. Life for the Desert Dwellers has been brutal ever since the Scarlet King's death all those years ago. Beneath the surface, feelings of desperation are widespread. Many would give everything they have for the prospect of something better. Anyone looking to exploit that for their own ends simply needs to make a few empty promises. Even if complications arise, people will see that those involved are all followers of the Scarlet King, and look for no further explanation than differences of belief. A deep-seated mistrust of the desert and everyone in it by the rest of Sumeru will make sure of that. The notion of an Academia plot wouldn't even cross their minds. It may seem like a simple strategy, but it is able to work wonders under Sumeru's current circumstances.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. It's in line with the village chief's theory, too. But there's still one very important question. Wasn't it the Academia that brought the scholars to Aru Village in the first place? Why does it want them back now?
Throughout this process, one thing has changed. The scholars' identity. First, they were scholars. Then, they became lunatics. After that, they were exiles. And finally, they become missing persons. An exile is still patently a living, breathing human being. But when someone becomes a missing person, that is brought into question. If you can't find someone, you have no way of knowing what exactly happened to them. That makes missing people an ideal resource.
Resource?
One possibility is that the information in their brains could be extracted into knowledge capsules.
Extracted? You mean canned knowledge comes from people's brains?
With the technology of the Sumeru Academia, it's entirely possible. Perhaps the process caused them great suffering, which is why they cry out in the dead of night, when no one is watching them.
So, the human brain... Nope.
I'm the Academia scribe, after all. I'm familiar with their projects. Anyway, judging by Razak's state, the contents of a divine knowledge capsule were extracted from his mind. But something went wrong in the process. Or perhaps His curiosity got the better of him, and he used such a capsule for himself.
But Hyman's a little confused. Can they just use anyone's brain?
The look on your face tells me you've realized the answer. That's right. To some scholars, gaining knowledge about the gods is their entire life's pursuit. Extracting canned knowledge is just one of the extreme measures they turn to. However, I can't help but wonder, what do they seek to gain from divine knowledge? The academia is going out of their way to look for forbidden knowledge. But what is their ultimate goal?
To make a god.
I've spent quite some time trying to analyze the contents of the divine knowledge capsule, but to no avail. It seems like my way of thinking is too different from theirs.
You mean you're not even slightly interested in getting your hands on this forbidden stuff?
All scholars seek to expand the horizons of knowledge, but I'm not particularly interested in gods, so I don't share their degree of zealotry. Extracting information from people as if they were lifeless objects? If this is the direction of academic progress, then the academia may as well shut its doors.
Sounds like you're really against all this.
Of course. The academia's actions run contrary to their rules. Whether it be academics or knowledge, everything has its boundaries. If those lines are crossed, the rules and order that govern everything in the world will be destroyed. This matter needs to be corrected. Just like fixing a typo in a book.
Wait! Didn't you step in to help because you felt sympathy for those poor people?
Not to be callous, but no. My criteria are a little more restrictive than that. There is no shortage of suffering in Sumeru, and the same can be said for the rest of Teyvat as well. What do you plan to do about that? Save every last person?
Probably not. Paimon?
You can say that. Simply put, I don't blindly place my faith into strength or heroism. I do what I want. The Divine Knowledge Capsule is something I want to investigate in full. That doesn't mean I'm willing to take action for the sake of a few strangers.
Hyman's been wanting to say this for a while. There are a lot of bad guys in the academia, but you're not one of them. You're their weirdo.
You're probably right. Though I must say, I quite enjoy this feeling of being the odd one out. Uniqueness is also an asset, is it not?
Wow, that's a great way to think about it. Paimon's really impressed. If only Miss Shani had a similar mindset, her life would definitely be a lot easier.
I'm just a more likable person than her in general. There's nothing more to it than that. He won't last long if we leave him here. Let's take him with us. We'll work out our next step after we return to Aru Village.
One second, chat. Okay, I'm back. Ancient key. A key stolen by a masked weasel. If there is a key, then there must be a lock that matches it. But that would be an abandoned hospital still having to hide. Everything inside those notes. Matey mate. There's a name inscribed on the bowl. Hakim. If there weren't crooked carvings for Arabas, and the sugar jar on them, it would be difficult to imagine that this dirty clay jar was ever used to store sugar. There is a name inscribed on this bowl. Avon. This candle would be out. There's way too much sand, dust, and like glowing shrooms. What sort of treasure we'll find here? Full of thin books, you browse through them and find that they seem to be hospital documents such as medical records or financial statements. You shut the door in disappointment. Paimon thought there would be some special treasure inside. Even the wooden barrels and crates we find on our adventures are better than this. At least those had cabbage or fowl inside. What's this? It looks like it fell out from over there. Maybe it will lead us to treasure. Patient name, Abbas, gender male, occupation farmer. Basic status at admission. Scabby skin at limb extremities, multiple ulcers on the back, chest, and other bodily surfaces. Weakness of limbs and poor mobility observed. Mental faculties are coherent, though there are clear signs of fatigue, poor sleep quality, and poor appetite. Doctor in charge, Amodi. Week 1 of hospitalization. New scabs at limb, extremities, and enlarged ulcers. The left arm seems unusable and is in pain. Mental faculties are coherent, though there are clear signs of fatigue, poor sleep quality, and poor appetite. Doctor in charge, Amodi. The scabs are scale-like and have spread across the surface of the body. There is necrosis in multiple ulcers. The patient has fallen into a coma. The necrosis of the ulcers has been effectively kept under control, and no new scabs have appeared on the surface of the body. The patient is in a comatose state. The name is removed. The wound from the week 15. The wound from the replacement treatment has not healed, even after a long time. No new scabs have appeared on the surface of the body. There is weakness in the limbs, and the patient cannot grasp items on their own. The patient is also experiencing fever and vomiting. Mental faculties are coherent, though fatigued, poor sleep, and unable to eat. We have started to manage to keep the scabs on the body surface under control, and the new limb's function has been restored. The new limb. The patient is experiencing chronic coughing and is prone to fainting. Mental faculties are coherent and in a good state. Sleep quality and appetite are decent. Abbas, gender male, occupation farmer. After 20 weeks of treatment, Specimen 4's new skin and new left arm have recovered well. No changes in appetite or sleep. Mental state fluctuates beyond the normal range. There have been multiple attempts to leave the care area. God's voice guides me is cited as motivation, and the specimen is believed to have delusional tendencies. Additionally, the God's voice described in the confession is possibly related to the resonant quake phenomenon present in the internal topography structure of the dunes. This should be investigated to rule out unrecoverable input interference, increased supervision. The second phase of the blank trial is beginning to see results. The next phase, blank. Objective, Specimen 4's organs. God. Following extensive examination, Sample 3 is the best material for the third phase of the trial. So they started taking each other apart. Before the implementation of blank, blank is required. Continuous vomiting and skin blank is a normal occurrence. Must be prepared beforehand for Specimen 4 to maintain the circulation of blank. After completion of the basic blank operation, observe the subject for 1 week. If normal physiological activity is observed in the organs, the rate of irritation and surface scabs is reduced, and limb function is restored. The next phase of the blank trial can commence. All specimens have one thing in common. Body elemental qualities were at abnormally high levels and were positively correlated with the severity of the disease. After the blank experiment, body elemental qualities were reduced and the samples safe reported to reduction in symptoms. It is reasonable to hypothesize that there is a causal relationship between elemental qualities and Elazar. More controlled trials should be conducted to exclude redundant variables. Note, the enrichment process of elemental quantities in humans may be dynamically sustained. After the completion of early blank experiments, within a short period of time, Specimen 1's physical indicators trended to the norm, In later stages, due to Blank not being complete, the quantity of the elements in the sample's bodies rebounded, and symptoms increased, leading to Specimen 1 Blank could not be recycled for materials. So they were killing people off and reusing their body parts in other patients. Information obtained. Preparations must be made for long-term trials. Blank cannot be stopped before the specimen's symptoms have stabilized. Due to the nature of the trial, there must be a method to stabilize the sample's mood. Removal of Blank may be attempted. Following the new method, the material rejection rate has been significantly reduced. Specimen 2 and 3 developed mental instability due to associative connections to fundamental inner qualities of Blank, and tended to attribute the disease to unverifiable divine punishment, consequently considering it blasphemy to accept Blank as treatment. It is a very interesting thought. Exploring neurostimulation and the resulting cognitive shifts would be a future research topic. Due to above uncontrollable variables, they halted at stage 2. A shame. However, the materials provided by these 2 samples were the best quality materials so far. It is reasonable to believe that the perfect performance of Specimen 4 is related to the material quality provided by these 2 samples. Ultimately, once the 3-stage experiment was completed, Specimen 4's symptoms disappeared completely, proving that it is possible to use Blank to control the elemental content of a person's body without relying on elemental power. There is potential for weaponization. Discussions of research on Blank have to be increased in the future. Humans have unlimited potential. It may be foolish for me as a researcher to write this, but with enough input, I might be able to reach the level of a god, or so people might call it. That's fucking terrifying. You understood. Paimon only got the big one bit that goes, God's voice guides me. Does that mean there'll be unique voice guiding us here? Yeah, who knows? There might be some underground ruins. Let's listen for any sounds that take a close look when we hear something. Before my time. That was, as a person who knows medical talk and research, that was gross. People don't want to mention his name, nor do want to remember his words or deeds. Oh, I still have this ping, don't I? Well, that was like horror hospital shit.
We're back!
You must be tired. You should rest and take some...
What's the situation?
Who's this?
Unfortunately, somebody who's too young to take on the role of Isak's grandfather. Nevertheless, he's one of the people we're trying to find.
So, at one point in time, the abandoned Elazar Hospital served as the Academia's site for extracting divine cant knowledge.
Yep, pretty much.
Their plan must have been implemented at some point before we arrived at Aru Village, since divine cant knowledge has been in circulation for a while now. Yet, they fled once we were headed to the village, almost as if they knew we were on their trail. Why is that?
Yeah.
We may have a mole in our midst. One of us could be secretly revealing our whereabouts to the Academia.
Huh? Are our friendships that shallow?
Looks like none of you have realized wherein lies the issue. Cyno, you're the reason why they can predict our movements.
Wait, what's that supposed to mean?
Choose your next words very carefully.
It is simply a logical inference. I have my reasons.
So what you're saying is... Cyno's the mole. Interesting. And here I thought you were the most suspicious one, Alhaitham, since you were always acting alone.
I know. You have a point. But I realized something as we were returning from the hospital. Sino isn't like any of us.
What are you trying to say?
Do you still remember who you are, General Mahamatra? As a Matra, you are no doubt privy to certain kinds of information. Before you can take action against someone, you are required to have all the facts available, including the less than savory details. Simply put, the Academia has traditionally allowed you access to a wealth of sensitive information. Knowing their modus operandi, wouldn't you expect them to take precautions against you? If you want to raise a vicious wolf, you need to make sure that you can avoid its bite.
The Academia is monitoring me?
It's not that simple. The Academia has eyes all over Sumeru, but they have a special protocol for dealing with you. Every so often comes a Nyagarbaha Day. On this day, the Academia enters new information into the Akasha through knowledge capsules. I remember seeing the thick notebook next to the control panel once. Its contents were all about the General Mahamatra, his activities throughout the day, preferred methods of enacting judgment, everything.
You're saying that the Academia entered my information into the Akasha too? But what's the point in doing that? My actions aren't important enough to be added into the Akasha.
The Akasha is capable of computation. The Akasha's algorithms are entirely capable of predicting your movements using the data entered. When you would depart, the route you would follow, your destination. It knew all of this.
It predicted my every move.
The Academia has been watching you longer than you think.
So that's how it is. Sino adheres to his principles so strongly that he's actually a thorn in their side. Tenacity of will and steadfast faith are worthless to the Academia. They need scholars who are easily pliable and mindlessly go after anything they can profit from.
Or our resident mercenary is simply a mercenary.
Sino, don't take it to heart. This just proves how much of a trustworthy ally you are.
They escaped because of me.
Don't blame yourself. It's not like any of us would have known.
I have an idea. If they predicted my movements, then I might be able to guess where they went.
Whoa, you bounced back fast.
There is always an opportunity for safety after danger passes.
Oh, so that's how it is! Paimon gets it now. If the Academia is trying to avoid Sino, then the safest place would be... Yep, that's right!
They'll want to proceed in the direction opposite of where I'm going. I must go.
There's also something I want to investigate.
Let's go, guys! After him!
Please, wait! I want to go too.
You want to go too? If so, you have to promise you'll stay safe.
I want to find Grandpa. I promise I'll be careful and not cause any trouble.
Everyone, I leave him in your hands.
Yay! Let's go! Remember that Paimon feels like we're missing...
Yeah.
I'll be awaiting your good news.
I wonder who we could be missing.
Please, stay...
She said it herself. She's the one who brought us to one conclusion. I would not be surprised if that was on purpose. After all, if we already knew that it was all lies, we didn't learn anything from Deha.
So, where do we go from here?
Yes. After leaving the village, we should head straight toward the desert.
I know the desert like the back of my hand.
Is that because you play here a lot?
Yep. One time, Grandpa almost got lost in the desert, but I was the one who brought him back.
There's something here. What's this?
It's buried in the sand. Looks like we'll need to roll up our sleeves and do some work.
And Paimon thought running around everywhere was already enough work. Okay. So, we have to dig it out? Whatever's down there looks like it's buried really deep.
These are likely fragments of an Academia-developed device, something akin to a headset. Looks like there were more than one village keeper. They must have been escorted this way because there are device fragments scattered around here. Let's split up and search the area. Chances are that we'll find other things nearby.
You don't say.
Is this what we're searching for? It looks kind of scary.
This is definitely a device used to extract divine knowledge.
How did it end up buried in the sand? That can't have been part of the plan. They must have been attacked along the way.
Wait, what?
Grandpa, I hope you're okay.
Don't worry, your grandpa's gonna be fine.
Razak didn't display any signs of starvation or dehydration, which means that they left fairly recently.
We should be able to catch up.
One more thing. Given that the device had been entirely covered by sand, I believe the attack must have happened prior to the sandstorm.
Let's keep going.
So the wolves got in
Can't have
everyone's
gone
way.
far.
Ugh, but running on sand is so tiring.
You don't even run.
But you're flying, aren't you, Paimon? Is flying over sand tiring too?
Ugh, of course it is.
How does that work, Paimon? Do explain to me in great detail how you who does not touch the sand is getting tired. A bird egg.
Voices, over there. It sounds like an argument.
Whoa, you have really good ears.
Don't get any closer. They'll notice us.
Dia's talking with the Eremites? Very interesting. Let's listen in.
If you had informed me sooner, there'd be plenty of room for us to...
You're one of us. We would never lie.
Scholars. You don't know as much as I do. Need me to...
I knew it. That's our Dia.
Dia? Why would you? Dia!
Hey, what are you doing?
Huh? Didn't you say you'd help me find Grandpa? Why are you on their side?
Well, look who's here. Ain't that something?
This complicates things.
You've betrayed Aru village.
Yeah, she was always the mole.
So, this is the great General Mahamatra. Dia, you'd be better off as my assistant than hanging around with this motley crew. Seen for yourself, I have the means and methods, and my ideals are far more admirable than theirs.
I'm not the type that's easily swayed, Raman. You of all people should know that.
Wait, what's going on, Dia? Whose side are you on here?
Shut it, Paimon.
It doesn't matter. Whichever side you pick, nothing could deter us from the grand mission of resurrecting the Scarlet King. Once our Lord of Old returns to this land, we will have a new beginning.
Face the facts, Raman. It's not gonna happen. You should understand that more than anyone. Have all your years as a merc taught you nothing about placing hopes in a ruler?
I'm a desert dweller and a proud follower of the Scarlet King. Whether I live by the edge of the sword or in peaceful comfort, my soul will always carry this conviction.
It's not too late yet. The village mad scholars aren't gonna bring the Scarlet King back to life.
You don't understand, my dear lady. Pursuing our faith is our purpose in life. Even if the chance of success is 1 in a million, we must be willing to give everything we have.
Even if it'll expose you to the Academia? Even if they end up disbanding the Eremites? Your Eremites, which you've worked so hard for all these years?
Yes. We've waited a long time for this day to come. The sun and the moon no longer shine here. All you see now is cracks in this desiccated land. But fate has finally dealt me a hand to play against the Academia. With these scholars in our custody, we'll stomp the Academia's forces and fight our way beyond the wall of Samiel.
Ridiculous. Think about it. The Academia controls the entirety of Sumeru. Your powers are negligible in comparison. If you still don't believe me, then try asking these two men. They're also against the Academia, but neither of them are as arrogant as you are.
They look more like pawns of the Academia to me. Why would I listen to anything the people of Greater Lord Rukkhadevada have to say? Filthy traitors. Your god abandoned all honor and betrayed the Scarlet King. We desert dwellers will never trust the likes of you.
It's impossible to communicate with someone so hostile. Perhaps we should.
Do you really believe that by kidnapping the scholars, you'll be able to negotiate with the Academia? These people have no value as bargaining chips, but I could be persuaded to take their place as your next hostage. These scholars were exiled from the Academia. I, on the other hand, am their current scribe, and will be a much greater asset to you.
Wait, you can't be serious.
So, you want to trade places with the hostages, do you?
Precisely. Any wise person would gladly accept my offer.
What are you thinking? What if they decide to kill you instead?
Well, that would be bad luck for me. However, I'd get the chance to observe the scholars. Perhaps even find out the truth.
Think you can talk me over with that confident look of yours?
I'm not trying to persuade you. I'm using this as a means of joining forces against the Academia.
You are the scribe. What do you have against the Academia?
Not all desert dwellers believe in the Scarlet King, and the same applies to the Academia. Why must all knowledge seekers approve of the Academia's way of doing things?
You Academia scum. Every last one of you is nothing but a hypocrite, just like everyone else on the other side of that wall. I've made myself clear enough. I won't listen to another word from the Dendro Archon's people.
Wow, he is stupid. And Haytham is literally saying, I have nothing to do with a god of any kind, and will happily work with you to fuck over the organization that you hate. And he's like, oh, you filthy Dendro people. It's like, you don't listen.
Not so fast. I'll hate them. Do you stand by everything you just said?
I never make empty promises.
You know you're making a dangerous decision, right?
I do.
Good. Raman, hear me out. These people are my friends. Maybe you can't take the followers of the Dendro Archon at their word, but what about me? Do you trust me?
We've known each other for years. Of course I do.
In that case, I'm willing to vouch for their honesty with my right arm. Come on, Raman, don't be a coward. If you're serious about taking on the Academia, you need to steel yourself. You can't be afraid.
An arm from the Flame Mane. You've piqued my interest.
Did you just have a robotic arm?
But what if you refuse to oblige? What should I do then? No one's a fool here, Dia. We're mercs. And mercs don't tend to live long unless they have their wits.
You're not wrong, but this is different. I promised my friends that we'd bring back the Village Keepers together.
Let's do it right here then. Give me your right arm as proof of your resolve.
Why are you asking for...
Don't listen to him! He's not even trying to negotiate! He just wants to make things more difficult!
That's fine.
Are you crazy?
We came here to save lives. One arm for that many people is still a pretty good deal, if you ask me. Raman, I'm holding up my end of the deal here. You'd better not let me down.
Sure. Go ahead and cut off her right arm.
No! Dia! What are you gonna do? Think of something!
You don't have to go this far.
That's not for you to decide.
Do it!
Dia! Run!
We about to see an arm get cut?
Stop!
What's wrong? Can't do it?
Flame Mane, you and I are both desert folk. Cutting off your arm is no different than cutting off my own fingers. Where's the sense in cutting my own kin to pieces? You've shown me that you're serious. Go on now, take your friends and leave. Meet me in the desert at noon tomorrow.
So she knew the person who kidnapped them. Which means she knew shit.
I was really counting on him not going through with it.
Dia! That was crazy! Have you all lost your minds? What if he'd actually cut your arm off?
Then I just have to hold my claymore with my left arm. Okay, I'm sorry. But sometimes when you're out on a limb, you gotta double down to seal the deal, you know?
Don't ever make a promise like that again. I can deal with the likes of them. If it came down to it, you would not lose to them either.
I don't doubt it, Sino. But this is about more than me and them. There's a lot more where they came from. Even if we got rid of one bunch of radicals, there are others out there. Wiping them out would do more harm than good.
As you wish.
I'm sorry, Dia. I should have stayed put and listened. I should have trusted you.
Don't worry, I still don't trust her.
It's okay. I promised you I'd help find your grandpa, so I'll do whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes? You just might be scholar material.
Huh? Are you serious?
That's an insult at this point, man.
The Eremites once said that I was a lunatic. Perhaps a little madness is essential to be successful in research.
Why does it feel like he's using his praise for me as an excuse to brag about himself?
That's because he is. That is literally what he just did.
Okay, let's get moving. We should head back to the village and rest up. Today was just a trial run. Noon tomorrow is gonna be the hard part.
Ah, almighty lesser lord Kusanali. This is gonna be fun. Just want this fruit first. Let's see. Where is Redcrest? The heck? Ah, it's alphabetized. Is it? That doesn't make sense. I need to know how much because Cadence uses them. So, 88 now. Cadence, Candace. God damn it, I did it again.
You're all here so early.
Looks like we have everyone here. Isak, are you sure you want to come with us?
I'll watch from a safe distance. Dia, I want to be there to bring Grandpa home.
Okay, let's go then.
Dia, wait.
What's the matter?
I heard that you were quite reckless yesterday. No more of that today, understood? Or I'll be very upset with you.
Fine.
Gay. That was gay. I'm not calling them gay. Just saying that was gay. That is not the middle of the desert. That's behind the fuck off mausoleum. Oh, while I'm here, I can gain more of the fruits. Yeah! 8, 9.
Busted.
Go up the tree. 90.
Take it easy. Quietly now.
Just updating that to 90. So I need 108. Running on top of the sand. There does not appear to be fruit for me here. Not at all. There be a sleepy boy there who looks angry when tall. I sense the powers. The mysterious control unit. These structures, known as Pillars of Secret Rites, may be found within King Desert's ruins. Use them to control certain mechanisms within the ruins. However, you must have the special clearance in order to use these pillars. Still don't know what that clearance is. A giant hourglass, no one knows why it was built and then left here. When touched, it will flip and start to mark time. Rotate all the nearby hourglasses before this giant hourglass sand runs out, and you may gain some unexpected boon. Ah. I'm like, where is it? It's right there. So I gotta do it. This thing will cause it to happen. This one's just out here ready to be grabbed. Which is fine by me. Or not. Okay, screw me. Come here, little Seely. Raw meat. It's up there. This all looks like very suspicious behavior.
Easy money.
I missed the air current somehow that I flew directly into. There we go. I went the wrong way, apparently. Of whatever that is. I don't know what that is. This seems like something, I'll note it, but it seems like something that I'll have to deal with. Mirage Maze. Almost forgot how to spell maze. But for right now, I'm not going to deal with it. As I'm trying to do storyline, and I have a sneaking suspicion it might be part of that. Ah, fuzzy background to transition.
Huh. They got here before us.
Uh-oh. Is it because Paimon overslept by 5 minutes and held everyone up?
Is everything ready?
Absolutely. Although, you brought fewer people than I imagined.
Bring him over.
Grandpa! Why is there only one of them?
Rahman, I've always thought of you as a man of his word. What's this about?
It's a one-for-one exchange. Sounds fair, don't you think? And let me put it this way. Agreeing to any kind of deal with the Dendro Archon's people is already a huge compromise on my part. Don't you think you've asked enough?
You stay right there!
What do you think you're doing?
Grandpa!
Don't you see this blade here?
coward. Why are your hands shaking? Wait a second. It's a earthquake!
Ah, Kusanali's power. That's not earthquake. That is fucking quicksand. You just got fucking sucked into the earth. That would be quicksand or a sinkhole, but not an earthquake.
This day's going just great.
What a nuisance.
The sand dune collapsed. I saw an energy field. The village keeper protected us. It glowed green with dendro. Just like you said, it may well have been the remains of Lesser Lord Kusanali's power inside the scholar's body. The Dendro Archon. The present one.
Grandpa? Grandpa? Oh no. He's getting confused again.
Hey, look around you.
Did there used to be a temple here?
Yeah, there's a giant
It
mausoleum
seems
in
that
front
when
of
the
it.
sand dune collapsed, it exposed these underground structures. The symbols on the gate belong to the Scarlet King's civilization. This structure must be ancient. Over time, the sandstorms completely buried it and left it in the state we see now. It could have been an underground palace in the distant past.
Oh, a miracle. Praise the Scarlet King!
What's he doing here? And his men too?
They must have fallen down here with us. Pretty lucky if you ask me. Most of them seem in really bad shape. Except for him. He got off lightly.
Mind your head.
No, this isn't the time for conflict. Our
He's not actually gonna go in there, is he?
As it happens, I want to take a look inside too.
What are you doing?
Yo, every single time you say you don't care about gods or faith, and you're totally lying.
Don't you think it's curious? 1 minute, Lesser Lord Kusanali's power protects us from harm, and the next, remnants of the Scarlet King's civilization appear. 2 major deities are vying to showcase their power to us. It would be a shame not to witness them both.
Paimon thought you weren't interested in gods.
Indeed. In my view, gods are just a higher form of living being. Or creature, you could say. New discoveries are always worth investigating. Whether they have anything to do with gods is neither here nor there.
Raman, what are you gonna do about your men?
I'll just let them lay here. The Scarlet King will take care of his people. Right now, I'm going inside.
So he's just crazy. And uncaring. As we're about to Indiana Jones this shit, my boys. And my girls. Do you have anything to say? No. You just gonna groan. You two should definitely not go in there.
Grandpa? Grandpa?
I was trying to talk to him, but I also like how I know his name even though no one has said it. Your name is... How do you know my name? Magic powers. Pyro, Electro, Cryo? I guess we're going in with this team. We'll see how well it goes. I ran around in a Zuma with this team.
It's full of life here. This defies comprehension. It looked completely desolate from the outside. Yet, it flows with energy inside.
Yeah, and there's so many plants. It's so pretty.
Sir Rahman.
Huh?
Do you see another Rahman here?
Are you mocking me? What do you mean, sir?
Interpret it however you want, but there's something I'd like to draw your attention to. While this structure is clearly left over from the Scarlet King civilization, the energy that flows in here is that of the Dendro Archon.
Whatever you say. It's not like I have a vision.
There's nothing to be angry about. Think of this as an academic journey.
It does seem kind of strange. If that's true, then we might have to explore this whole area to find an explanation.
I feel like I probably won't have to. I feel like one's gonna probably punch us in the teeth. Nothing fun over here? Aww. Now I can still get stuck on rocks. Yay! I know which way the game wants me to go, but I want to look at all the stuff. See if there's any little secrets. Let's see. Any murals, depictions, floor carvings, ceiling depictions? Nope. Well, this one is glowing. And it only glows when that one's up like that. Is there any reason for that? Is it paralleling anything? Nope, then it's probably not that hard. There's an arrow over there. Look up at the hall as a mortal and listen to King Desert's holy guidance. So, I just have to... Ah, I see. I am stuck.
Race you!
Arrows and elevator.
Boba, get them! Can't handle your drink. Shake your hand. Can't catch me. Yeah. Eat this.
Eyes on me!
Ah, no drops. And no Legend of Zelda, it looks like. And no climbing. Ah, god, this place sucks. Yeah, get the fuck back down here. No one said you could leave. I know I hit the button that told you to leave, but that's not what I meant.
I'm out of here. Scratch. Oh. Ninjutsu. Out of the frying pan. And away I go. Yeah.
Thanks for healing my whole party. Double checking that I didn't miss a thing.
I'm out of here.
This place is full of mushrooms. Which do not seem to be connected to Kusanali. Yet.
My escape. Can't catch me.
I'm like, can I? No, but I almost can. Ah, drat it. I was hoping I might be able to squeeze through the hole. Not really a hard maze. The maze solves itself by you walking towards walls. And then that one just disappears. And then you find Sunsettas, which if this place has been abandoned for this long, are definitely bad.
I'm out of here. Booba, get them.
A mural of what looks like a bird-headed Egyptian god. Take your pick. So I'm assuming that is desert. Which I'm assuming etymology-wise, that's where they get their word for desert.
Diana Special. You're toast. Power the desert buzzsaw. Can't catch me.
After 6 days infiltrating the temple, I finally understood the priest's parlor trick. The elevator will descend to the ground. Get on top of it before it starts ascending again to reach the dome. Nonsense like forbidden ground ahead, mortal shall not pass, or whatever are just made up by the priests to hoodwink us. I leave this message here in hopes of the people of the King of Desert who shall travel here in the future shall freely enjoy the privilege of witnessing his sacred presence. I can't control it from the top. Okay. I was hoping I could just stand on top of it and trigger it, but it's okay. Get the fuck down there. Ah, thank you for giving me an element so I may heal.
And away I go! Shake it out! Nice and spicy! Can't catch me!
I thought he was about to hit me. I can't fucking reach him. He got pushed out of bounds. I can't jump over it. I can't do anything. Ah, so that one stopped. Ah! Okay, I guess I can do nothing else here but get in the freaking elevator. Okay, I'm going deeper than before. I'm like, wait.
That's a sight to see. The Scarlet King's splendor surrounds us.
There's so much vegetation here. It's different than what I expected.
Sure are a lot of plants for a desert.
That's what I call divine providence of the Scarlet King.
Okay, but the Scarlet King didn't have anything to do with plants. Oh, hello, the end. Into the abyss. Oh, another magical tree. But I guess maybe
it's getting brighter.
Oasis?
Oh, it looks so beautiful.
Wait, what's that?
A load of flowers. And it looks like there's something among them.
These are Scarlet King runes.
They left something behind. Yes. It's an elegy written in an ancient script.
What does it say?
Here lies our faithful priest Kasala. His wisdom is a miracle among the people, deserving of high praise and admiration.
You can read ancient Scarlet King script?
Of course. Every student needs to master at least 20 languages before they graduate.
He's not serious, right?
There's still something off about this place. The elemental energy here is too concentrated. The scent of life. Is it trying to tell us something?
Is this it?
Analyzing.
There seems to be a hidden message among these skeletal remains. Excellent. There's a device from the Scarlet King's civilization in this gravesite. I'll transmit the information over and project it for everyone to see.
Isn't sharing knowledge against the Academia's rules?
Yes. However, under the circumstances, I'd prefer you to see this for yourself. You'll understand after watching it.
No cutscene.
Civilization is born of knowledge, but so too can knowledge be its demise. A disaster caught us unaware. It was knowledge that did not belong to this world. The Scarlet King brought this forbidden knowledge into our world, and it quickly spread like a plague. People's minds were filled with crazed whispers. Dark gray scales spread across their bodies. Even the land was stripped of its vigor. Only a desperate, deathly silence remained. Were it not for Greater Lord Rukkhadevata from the forests, the damage would have been irreversible. She summoned the priests to build temples and infused into them the divine power of life. The disaster was miraculously tempered, and the embers of our civilization were preserved in Aru village. Alas, the miracle could not last. As long as forbidden knowledge continued to exist, it would forever blight this world. In the end, the proud king of the desert, my eternal lord, chose to sacrifice himself. I have spent my whole life since guarding one of these many temples. But now, my duty is coming to an end. As I close my eyes for the final time, the sight of that noble deity will appear in my vision once more. In helping the Scarlet King to eradicate forbidden knowledge, she exhausted her strength, and her form became that of a small child. How strange. Now that I think of her, I no longer have any fear of death, for I sense that the spirit of life will abide with me during my eternal sleep. Children of the desert, cling no longer to past grievances, but hold tight to the memory of this act of benevolence.
What was that?
The priest's memories.
No, impossible.
Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. So the former Dendro Archon and the Scarlet King were never enemies at all.
Which makes sense, because previous lore said they knew each other and were friendly.
But this doesn't make any sense. The Dendro Archon's followers.
Was that the former Dendro Archon? She became so tiny in the end.
Completely unaware that their gods stuck by each other through life and
You
death.
might be distrustful of the Akasha, but there's no reason for you to doubt the Scarlet King's technology. You've just witnessed his priest's last words.
I've never heard about any of this before. the surviving followers of the Scarlet King all gathered in Aru village. Our god did not make mistakes. We refused to believe any of the rumors. The Scarlet King's death, the all but total annihilation of our civilization. It was all Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's doing. We saw her as nothing more than a traitor, who stabbed us in the back in our moment of crisis. Just like us humans. Fighting, feuding, double-crossing each other to survive in the desert.
You were blinded by your prejudice.
If I hadn't seen this for myself, if I hadn't witnessed his last words with my own eyes, ears, and heart, how could I ever begin to accept this? The truth is so far from what I've always known. Am I really supposed to believe that after all these years, all this time seeking revenge, suddenly now my enemy is my savior?
Rahman, that's enough. Give it a rest. You're starting to make a fool of yourself.
Dia, tell me, my Aramites and I, what are we even fighting for?
Hey, how you doing?
I'll live. Thanks. I should probably go. Can't just stay here forever.
What's your next move gonna be?
Oh, I know what you're going to ask. I feel deeply ashamed of everything I've done. You'll get everything you're asking for, but please, give me some time. After everything that's happened here today, somehow I need to explain it to the others.
It's not gonna be easy.
Well, I guess that's for me to deal with. Dia, this is where our camp's located. Make a note of it.
When would be a good time for us to go?
Tomorrow. I'll convince everyone that we're all on the same side. And I'll return every last one of your your village keepers. We'll share our other resources with you too.
You seem to finally understand that our true enemy is the sages.
Yes. The gods never gave up on anyone. It's the people responsible for all this that need to face the consequences of their actions.
That must have been rough, but he seems to have figured things out now.
Rahman's no fool. Being the leader of your own faction in the desert is no easy feat. It's too bad he was held back by his belief in the Scarlet King. But now that that's changed, I guess we have a few more people on our side.
The outcome, at least, is favorable.
We should get going too. Let's head back, have a proper meal, and a nice, long sleep. We'll need all our energy tomorrow.
So that would mean that Kusanali is technically the same person as Rukkhadevata, but her child in the sense that Rukkhadevata, as a being, died. And she's also the first Akasha Terminal, as she said. Weirdness.
Sino, we're leaving!
Stop yelling.
When the dark sun passes. Just checking everything. Looking at the pretty scenery. Let's see, are there any secrets? Nope. Seems very secret free. Which explains why the Divine Knowledge Capsule says "World Forget Me" is because it's trying to forget the forbidden knowledge. And as Zir is being caused by that forbidden knowledge, somehow taking root in a physical manifestation. Hello, Dickos. First, let's switch back our teams. Find the ancient temple beneath the flowing desert. Understand the past of the final words of the priest of the desert.
Rahman, we're here.
Everything's been arranged. Someone will bring the village keepers back to Aru village shortly.
I guess all I can say now is thanks for agreeing to help.
Ah, don't mention it. I think we can both agree you went to hell and back for it. But we share a common cause now. From here on out, we're allies.
Where are the perpetrators?
I'll bring you to them.
Because if they've caught the village keepers, then they have the academia people too.
So these are the people who kidnapped the village keepers.
Oh no, it's the scribe!
There's no need to yell. No one can help you now.
Oh no, it's the scribe!
We've been all over the desert trying to find you!
That's right.
General Mahamatra? No, no! Make it quick, please! Swift and painless!
Whoa! The moment they set eyes on Sino, they turned pale like they've seen a ghost!
You should have known that I would be coming for you.
Wait, we were just following orders. You know what I'm talking about, right? There's no way we could have done all this by ourselves.
No, not Sino. He's gonna tear us limb from limb.
I could do worse.
Please have mercy.
Start talking. Otherwise, I'll have to resort to other methods.
So, your superiors have kept you quite busy recently. Why? What are they trying to accomplish?
They, wanted to extract canned knowledge.
Don't play dumb. You know what I'm really asking. They extract divine canned knowledge. Then what?
I really don't know how to explain it.
Well, you better start talking or you'll be sorry!
You don't want to make things any more difficult for yourself, do ya?
Be my guest.
Uh-huh. That sure didn't sound like a fancy metaphor or anything. You're serious, aren't you?
How did you know?
There's no use hiding it now. Yes, you're right. The Academia is working on an important and potentially world-changing project. They are creating a new god. A god that will belong to them and to the people of Sumeru. It may seem as if Sumeru's academics are thriving, but ever since the death of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, scholarly breakthroughs have been few and far between. The withering of Irminsul has been getting worse recently. The sages have tried everything they could think of, but nothing's worked. I'm always hearing them say things like, if only Greater Lord Rukkhadevata was still with us.
Continue.
And then, someone from the Fatui showed up. They called him the Doctor. He brought a gnosis and said he wanted to borrow the Academia's research facilities. The Doctor was previously expelled from the Academia. At first, the sages looked down at him in disdain. But when he said those words, everyone's expression changed. He asked them, do you wish to create a god?
This is what the arrogant ignorance at the extreme end of academia looks like.
First, the Academia spent a long time constructing a divine vessel, which was based on an exquisite humanoid puppet. After that, they harvested dreams via the Zeb-Zerus Festival Samsara, maximizing the Akasha's output. With the Doctor's help, and the Akasha now functioning at maximum efficiency, they were able to use it to extract the power from the Gnosis and convert it into a divine core. Next, they decided that their new god needed to possess divine wisdom. For that to happen, they needed a huge quantity of divine canned knowledge.
It adds up.
But how do you determine whether the knowledge extracted is of divine origin?
Call it an educated guess? The Academia has been trying to figure out the exact source of the Scholar's madness for centuries, but to no avail. Nobody can explain the cause of this phenomenon. Surely you can see what that implies, Scribel. If it's knowledge no mortal can comprehend, then it must be something only gods are able to decipher. In other words, It's the source of the God of Wisdom's omniscience and omnipotence.
Yeah, they're wrong. They've actually just been grabbing at the actual thing.
You must have noticed by now. The Academia doesn't care about who their god is. It's the ability to exercise control over knowledge and wisdom that matters. It is as if they are cursed with a desire for omniscience and omnipotence that burns in their blood. Some organisms demonstrate phototaxis, and thus orient their entire lives in respect to sources of light. For the sages, their only source of hope is the existence of a deity who embodies the acme of wisdom. This is but a form of phototaxis. For many scholars, the absence of a god of wisdom means stumbling in the darkness for the duration of their lives.
Then what does Lesser Lord Kusanali mean to you? Is she not a true god present in this world? If you already have a new god, why try to create another one?
From the beginning, the Academia has never treated her as a god. When the Academia first discovered Lesser Lord Kusanali, the newborn god of wisdom, the sages hoped that she would be as wise as Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. But upon evaluation, they found that at the time, she possessed no more intelligence than any ordinary human child. The sages never had a ruder awakening. This forced them to accept that Greater Lord Rukkhadevata had indeed passed away. Not to mention that Lesser Lord Kusanali's Gnosis had been used to power the Akasha this entire time. By herself, she has neither an Archon's raw power, nor the spectacular insight expected of a god of wisdom. Slowly but surely, people began to forget about her existence.
So, this is the path the sages have chosen.
They still refuse to acknowledge Lesser Lord Kusanali. I never imagined a god could be subjected to such cruelty.
All right, let's try to keep our cool. If everyone's in a bad mood, then let's change up our scenery. Rahman, give me a few men to help us escort the village keepers back to the village. And these two scholars, they're coming too.
Sure, as you wish.
Yeah, they have to go pay for their crimes. Let's look around first. Grab all the things. When free things are in your face, you take them. Yes, I still am. I am Menarite born and raised, and I grew up listening to legends of King Desert. My belief will not be easily swayed, but I no longer believe in his revival. From the looks of it, I'd wager you're a new friend the boss talked about. The Emirites also always welcome new hands, but I'll remind you that even friends are not forever. I, at least, will make you no guarantee that we'll always be on the same side. Yeah, that's just things to be expected. That is a Fatui camp. Hey, look, the enemy is over there. Kill him. Because at the end of the day, it's still the Fatui we're enemies with, because the Baldidir is still a Fatui, and the Doctor is still a Fatui, and they're both still evil.
Whatever the boss says.
I didn't want to talk to you. I'm trying to steal from you. Or at least steal from this box that you were next to. Okay, doesn't seem like there's anything else here. Oh, my expedition rewards are done. Now, entirely breaking story, we're gonna go back to Sumeru City, the place that would literally kill us if we went back to. Because everyone here is being mind controlled.
Add Astro.
And this is just a puppet of the Fatui. Okay, back to the storyline.
The village keepers you've found have all been returned to their homes, and each one has a dedicated caregiver to look after them. The 2 new scholars are being kept under close supervision, too. Really great work, everyone.
The atmosphere is so heavy.
Despite everything Lesser Lord Kusanali has done for her people, the Academia has abandoned her in the sanctuary of Sirathana like a lost cause. Even those she's protected have never realized there's such a small and childlike god in the world.
Say something! Stop spacing out!
Come on, is there nothing left to talk about? In that case, let's all get some water and try to think about something else.
Or I can go fetch some snacks.
Oh, Paimon's so coming with you.
Do you have any plans, Traveler?
Gods above, you're not talking about work, are you?
So you were still withholding some information?
Cadence and Paimon bring over snacks and tea. Deha's expression is relaxed as if her mood hasn't been affected by the heavy conversation at all. Sina has a firm and solemn expression on his face, as though he's made up his mind about something, the core of his beliefs and motivation to pursue the right course of action. Abath also turns towards the crowd he wants to listen to. All the experiences, feelings, and secrets are shared freely with everyone. To share everything means to consider everyone as allies. From today on, everyone will fight for the same goal.
Even though we lived through all of this firsthand, it still feels super surreal to hear you talk about it again.
What a whirlwind of a story. I felt like I was holding my breath the whole time.
It seems like there will be more issues to face in the days ahead than I'd anticipated.
Still, now's a good time to make our next move. Now that Ramon's joined us, we'll be an even stronger team.
It's time to make a plan.
Indeed. These events are a flagrant transgression of the rules in every sense. We cannot allow it to continue.
So, everyone, are we on the same page?
Crush the sages and rescue our god. That is our ultimate goal.
Well, let's brainstorm a little more about what other resources we can draw on.
The next time we gather here, we must have a solid plan.
Yep, it'll work out for sure.
King Desert and the 3 Magi. And that is 5th constellation. Oh no, or 4th. Affected from the passive talent Verdant Overgrowth, you must have unlocked the passive talent first.
Don't rush. This is a big undertaking, and the planning and preparation for what lies ahead will no doubt take some time.
Anubis minion! Are you calling Sinho an Anubis minion?
Take it slowly. We need to make sure the plan is as effective as possible.
He's starting to read his book again. Hey, are you even listening?
Would you like me to lend you something to read?
No way. Your books aren't quite to Paimon's tastes.
Or understanding. Like, I guess he kind of is. Like, not really. He's... If anything, we're looking at the Academia has appropriated the headwear of the King of Desert's priests. Or that's like a family thing. I don't really know about the headdress.
I was joking. I know my books are far too difficult for you, and I have no intention of lending them out.
Dick.
Ugh, you're so annoying.
I only barely trust you because the Dendro Archon gave you power, which means Kusanali had to have done it.
You must let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Though I cannot leave Aru Village, I can't help but feel stirred when I see the looks in your eyes.
I don't know how to feel about that comment.
I've never felt as roused as this when fighting alone in the past. I suppose this must be the power of camaraderie.
I don't think we... That was weird phrasing to say camaraderie.
Your memory is far superior to mine.
My old pal, what do you think? When we're too old to remember anything, will there be any young people willing to take our place? Be stirred! Yes, chat, be stirred. Be stirred while you look deep into my eyes, chat. Of course, don't say things like that. Our village may be small, but we've got quite a lot of decent youngsters here. Never mind the people who came back from working with the Emernites. Even Kasim's boy is working hard, you know. True, you're right. I must have been overthinking. I'm sure we'll have more reliable successors like Candace in our village. Of course, speaking of Candace, remember when she was a little girl, how she'd go to the wrong house because of her poor eyesight? Yes, that did happen, I believe. Between the two of us, I guess you're the one with a good memory. Candace has poor eyesight, but doesn't wear glasses. This feels like it would be an issue in the desert, specifically.
The past few days have been some of the most challenging work I've ever taken on.
And you did it for free.
And none of it'll earn me a single mora. I can't believe it.
I know, I still don't believe in you.
Look on the bright side, Dia. Maybe we'll get a huge reward after this is all over.
You've got a point. Hey, what would you do if you woke up tomorrow with more money than you could ever spend?
So Dory's predicament.
Paimon would buy boatloads of tasty snacks.
Or, I guess, Dory's dream.
That's it?
And maybe some tasty drinks as well?
Paimon is a very simple creature.
How adorable. Well, here's to all our indulgent fantasies. If there's a chance they can come true, I'll give it my best shot.
I make Paimon's dream come true all the time.
And here's hoping that everything we do from now on will change this world for the better.
Like, we can hope that. But I'm pretty sure, like, other than Sino, the other two of them will stab me in the back.
In the past, I never imagined that even the gods could suffer from hardship. If we can find a way to change all of this, will this nation become a better place?
Like, depends on your meaning. Like, really, what every nation has to do is kill all Fatui. I guess not kill, but kick out all Fatui. That tends to fix issues, I've noticed. We did it in Inazuma, and it really, really worked. Especially when we killed all the Fatui. Murder was the option, but also, that god... murder is also the only option. Why are you on top of the building?
Yeah.
There's no time at all, and no one will swap shifts with me either. What do I do now? Trevor, please hold on a moment. I'm sorry for taking up your time, but I'd like to ask if you're free, and if you could do me a favor. You'd help me? Thank you so much. Here's the situation. I ordered a flower pot from Azalea's shop alongside a batch of seeds. Originally, I had asked a friend to help me get them, but he suddenly told me that he had a mission to attend to and wouldn't have time to help me out. There's way too little time for me to find someone else. So Traveler, could you please help me go to Azalea's and help me collect my purchase? I hear that he should be at the entrance of the village right now, waiting for goods to come in. They're for my girlfriend, Nermin. She's in poor health, so she's been convalescing at home. Convalescing. I mean, you've seen it too. Our village is in the middle of the desert, so there's not much greenery to go around. I can't say this is the best environment, can you? So I bought some plants to place in her house, but always staying in her room has kept her in a bad mood. I'm also very busy at work, so I basically can't go see her in the day. We only have time to talk to each other at night. That's why I thought that perhaps I could get her to raise some flowers herself. If only just to help pass the time and take her mind off her illness. I didn't expect things to get complicated like this. Thank you so much. Just bring them straight back to me once you get them. I need to sow those seeds, loosen the soil, apply some fertilizer. But Nerma's constitution isn't that great. Will all this just tire her out?
Looking to buy some hand-wood goods.
Da 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 da. Hey dude. After all, Hey, about Rafe's good. Do you mean the stuff you ordered for me? Well, you're in luck. The batch of goods I just received has his stuff in there. I must say, though, he ordered quite a lot of things. Are you here to pick up his order? Well, apparent from the pot, he also ordered various seeds, fertilizer, and other items used in gardening. They're pretty weighty when put together. Are you sure you'll be fine with yourself? Oh, is that so? Well, that's fine. I'll just get all this stuff wrapped up for you. Thanks for making the trip, by the way. This package contains a pot, flour, seeds, fertilizer, and many other gardening supplies. It's very heavy indeed. It will be quite difficult to carry across the desert. And it's not slowing me down. No, I just came back here without it for no reason. These are the ones. Thank you so much, Traveler. Well, I just wanted to buy more at once to save myself some extra trips, you know. Anyway, go rest over there for a while. I need to sow these seeds and put some fertilizer in. Alright, this should do it. All Norma needs to do is water this plant. Could I trouble you to help me bring this flower pot to her? I need to guard this path. If any foodstuffs or goods pass through, I'll need to get more people from the village to come take them. If we're too slow, the goods are going to spoil under the sun. Just do me the favor, please. Never's not far from here. All you have to do is give this pot of flowers to her. I'll find a way to bring the rest to her. May I help you with anything? Is this from Rafe? These are There are flowers in this pot, really? Thank you for helping him send this to me. I like it very much, but can I really raise these flowers properly? Well, no, I'm just not very good at taking care of plants. The previous ones all withered in my hands. I imagine that this pot of flowers must be even more delicate still. If I were to fail to care for it properly again, no, I can't just... Since flowers are already in my hands, I must take good care of it. Perhaps Granny Kulsum knows how to solve this problem. Water will I need to by the end. It's easier going up than down. Which is a lie, it's not. It's harder going up. Kitty. Well, I wouldn't say that exactly, but the ones I would ask people to help me buy for her were already fully grown. By the time they arrived at the village, they were nearly all dried out. That's why I decided that I would send her a freshly planted pot of flowers this time. Well, in any case, thanks for helping me out, Traveler. Please take this as your reward. I'll send all the other items to her later. Wait a moment. Did these gardening tools not come with instruction manuals? Oh no, I have no idea how to use them. Whoa. Okay, you guys saw right before, like, the darkness went that he just, like, levitated into the air, right? Not here yet, huh? To tell you the truth, I'm not sure either. It might be those who left the village to buy some daily essentials, and it might also be goods that our Emeronite friends are sending over. Who knows? We might even receive guests from Shimiya. Alright. In truth, my role is that of a lookout. I warn people of hazards that arise from the deserts. That said, though, the desert around our village is a place of relative quiet, so what I usually end up reporting is the arrival of goods from outside the village. But thanks to that, I also get to hang out and chat with those who often travel outside. You know, maybe ask them to get me some seeds or a pot of flowers. Shawatia? Oh, are you interested? According to legend, there are a group of people who dwell in the depths of the desert. Some say that they were not on good terms with the academia and thus fled deep into the desert to avoid them. Others say that they are an investigation team sent into the desert by the academia. As for the details, I'm not very sure, but it's all hearsay. No one has ever seen them. But between you and me, I do hope that this legend is in fact real. It'd be nice to see them and hear their tales from far away someday, you know? Now to get to the other option, because I don't think I've ever climbed up here. Well, I just having some to send my girlfriend. You get what I mean. She's never been the healthy sort. She's always at home resting and can't come out often, but she always looks way better when she has some plants for company. I mean, our village is, as you see it, is in need of water. Many times those flowers that do get sent over don't live long, even when given a lot of loving care. That's why I ask my fellow workers to get some of that stuff whenever I get the chance. Okay, we got another world quest over here that might be short. Join the Emirites. Oh, come on, just listen up a bit. Emirates is a good community to be part of. We're free, we're united, friendly too. And if you join up with us, you'll get a chance to fleece those tree dwellers of their fat wallets. The academia researchers are a rich lot, and they're not one to default on their payments either. You're with the Adventurers Guild? I mean, that's no obstacle, is it? Come on, everyone's got a side hustle nowadays, and it's not like adventurers and mercenaries are really that different. You get what I mean. I think they're pretty different. We've got good food here too. Meat and fish and the regulars on the menu. If you're lucky, you might even get to meet Deha, the Flame Main. Now I, Cuff. You've had some practice with this pitch, huh? Sorry, I spoke too quickly there. Haven't had anyone listen to my pitch for a while now, so I got a little excited. Still, are you really not even going to consider joining us? Alright, if you say so. Yes, I mean, it's my job. After all, nowadays, able-handed are in short supply everywhere. Nowhere is that shortage more acute than in the mercenary industry. Well, I guess I can just tell you. We've got people, that's for sure. But our line of work is very dangerous. Things like escorting people are on the easier side. It's just tiring at most. But if your work involves researchers, then it's like putting your head on the block. You'll be blessed to come back in one piece. After coming back from these missions, most of our members have to take at least 10 days to half a month off. So we always need people to fill in those gaps. Sumer is a big place with lots of researchers, so we've got new work coming in every day. We're basically working around the clock at this point. So yeah, we need to get some new people, or we're gonna buckle under the load. You mean here in the village? Nope, not a one. Actually, I should correct myself. It's more that the people I'd love to have join don't want to, and that I wouldn't take those who want to join. If you don't believe me, why don't we take a quick walkabout together? Who knows, you might just be convinced by the time we're done. Kidding. I know you said you didn't want to join, and I won't force you. I just, like some company while I have a little walk. Thanks a lot. Let me see. Let's go look for Sanya first. She's usually free in the day, but at night, well, she's usually busy having important discussions with Jabari.
Take it easy.
How worrying. Good afternoon, Sanya. What are you buying? I've told you many times before, Athia. Jabari isn't interested in joining you, nor do I want him to go become a mercenary. I'm not going to help you convince him. Well, that's a shame. With his culinary skills, Jabari would do really well with us, and your family's financial standings would be improved greatly too. Hasn't he said before that he'd like to go out and find work? If that's what he really wants, who better to recommend work than an old friend? Don't take anything he says seriously. He'll tell you that one day and exchange his mind the next. In the end, he just can't bear to leave me here alone in the village, and I couldn't bear to see him slogging away by himself either. What's more, you're asking that he risk his neck out there as a mercenary. Even if he wanted to go, I'd stop him for sure. Let's just leave this topic be. I've got things to buy. Go bother someone else. Well, alright then. See, Traveler, this is what work looks like for me every day. Next up on my list of people is to meet Fodil. He was one of us once, but he quit. Sure would be nice if I could convince him to make a bit of a comeback. Why does this sound like an MLL? He sounds like he works for Cutco. Their business model has you go to people you know, that you're connected with, and try to get you to buy knives. And this is very similar to that. Atith, not you again. Persistence is one of our virtues, you know. Well then, you should know that sticking to principles is mine. Come on now, brother. I've left the organ. In fairness, they do have good knives. They have good enough knives. Like, for the same price, you can get better knives. Like, they literally try to dig down against a person, against another company that sells knives of about equal quality for about 10% less the price. And as a person who's worked for Cutco, they're like, you gotta tell them how shit that knife is in comparison to ours. Like, so like, if you're gonna get a good knife, yes, spend the money. And I'm not gonna say that their knives aren't good, because they're at least good enough that if you're gonna spend a lot of money, yeah, Cutco knives will work. They'll last a fucking long time. They have a good deal on sharpening them, but the issue is, if you take up that deal, they'll come to sharpen your knives, something you can learn to do yourself, and try to sell you on other stuff. So, and then they'll also be like, give us all the people you know, because that's how they work, is they go to one person. That's why I said good, not great. Yeah. For the same price that they're going to gouge you for their good knives, you could get a set of knives that are of higher quality. And just learn to sharpen them yourself. Like, you could buy a whole set of fewer knives, mind you. They will sell you more knives than less, and give you a bunch of stuff. So if you're looking for getting like a whole new set of kitchen shit, like you need, you know, a peeler, an ice cream scooper, you know, you need all the things as well as knives, they will give you deals to bundle that extra stuff in. If you played hardball with them and are like, I don't know, you can get them to give you shit that is real good quality, like their peeler, their ice cream scoop, their cheese cutter. Those things are da bomb, and they'll give it to you for free if you can play hard enough on a set of knives, or they'll give it to you for reduced price. So, like, for that, fuck yeah. If you're like, I need to replace all of my like cutlery in every sense, I need like new everything, then go to Cutco if you're willing. Because their shit is pretty durable. And just learn to sharpen it yourself. But if you're like, oh, I just need like 1 or 2 knives, I need a new chef knife, I need a new chopper, just go to someone above that in quality, because for the same price that Cutco is going to try to gouge you at and try to sell you things you don't need on top of it, because they work in bundles, which is why they're willing to bundle so much. They work in bundles. You can just get the singular item for cheaper, because they'll want to bundle you a bunch of stuff. But away from my past employing with an LMM, right, alright, Foldy, you sure you're not consider coming back at all? I know that some of us can be a bit reckless, but most of us are perfectly law-abiding citizens. I've said this before, Atia, I'm not coming back. The things you speak of, I've already confirmed them with my own 2 eyes. Yay, tangent. Yes, Chad. I'm full of tangents all the time, constantly. I'm a tangent man. Perhaps not all the Emirites are a lawless lot, and not every Emirite enjoys kicking those who have already gone down. But ill deeds spread, Etia. All it takes is one person to act like the law is merely a suggestion, and everyone else will be affected by them. One person's influences another, and if that group keeps acting a certain way, they will influence yet more people. I'm sure you know what that means better than I do, Etienne. It is all too easy to do evil in such an environment. You wish for me to return, just as I wish for you to leave. Perhaps from your perspective, the Emirites are not an evil organization, even if they're not exactly honorable. But you can't always live in shades of gray. There's just a word of advice. You may do with it as you will. I know, Chief. Alright, if you do leave and need a new line of work, I will help you. Oh, well, there's no way I can win an argument with Full Deal, I guess. What's next? Right. Let's rest a bit. I gotta say, my throat's getting tired after all that. I thought for a second, because his shadow appeared before his body, that he was crumpled on the ground. I'm like, oh my god! He kicked him! I thought we were about to see a dude passed out on the ground. I'm like, oh. No. Hey, Uncle Atia, you still asking people to join the Emirites? Why, if it isn't Aten, do you tell your mother you were coming here? I did. She's working, so I went to play with Karima. Hello, Uncle Etienne. Uncle Etienne, what do you think about the stuff we talked about last time? I've been working out this whole time, and I've been training with Karima. She's never going to catch me again in a race. That one time doesn't count. It was because I didn't eat enough for lunch that day. Anyway, I've been following the training plan you gave me. So let me take the test again. Let's see if I'm good enough to join the Emirites. Alright then, Aten. As a member of the Emirites, I will conduct the test once again. Come on, Karima, you join in too. Let's do this together. But I don't want to join the Emirites. I just want to stay here in the village and protect everyone. But it would be nice to get Uncle Etienne to test my skills. I mean, I did ask Miss Candace, gosh darn it, for advice on how to train before. Wait, what? When did you? Good. That's the spirit. Alright, Etienne, stop pouting. If we get the chance, I'll bring you to go get some pointers someday. How does that sound? Really? You do that? We Emirites don't lie, kiddo. But before beginning the test, let's have this traveler show us the expected standards. Oh, come on. Do I look like I had time to demonstrate between my job and looking out for these kids? I'm counting on you, traveler. Anyway, our traveler here is a very capable adventurer. I had to do a lot to get him to come and give you a demonstration. Better watch carefully now. As in someone from the Adventurers Guild, no matter whether you're a mercenary or a guard, you will always wind up coming across situations in which retreat is the best option. When that happens, we often live by the principle that the quicker we can get away, the better. Let us quickly demonstrate how to make a swift retreat. Here's our starting point. Now then, please demonstrate.
Grandma, is the Scarlet King really going to come back from the dead?
That really wasn't an escape. And more importantly, very steady. Watch and learn, kids. Don't insist on pushing through every dangerous situation you get in. If you must retreat, retreat decisively. That means you, especially Yaten. I know. Good, let's move on to the next step. It's time for some live combat demonstration. Awesome, my dad carved me a wooden sword that I carry with me. What about you, Karima? I do have a small bow, though my mother only gave me arrows without tips. That's alright, you have a sword and a bow, and your boundless courage. That's all anyone really needs to begin their adventures. But remember not to run around aimlessly when you're outside the village. Stick with me and the traveler at all times. Oh, don't worry, I scouted that area beforehand. There's just a bunch of sickly scorpions out there. They barely retain any offensive capabilities, so we should be alright. And whatever happens, the two of us will be there. Oh, come on, we're already here, you know. In for one more, in for 1,000, and such. I'll make sure to pay you according to the guild's regulations. Well, buckle up, kids. We're heading off. I must admit, I'm a bit nervous. That's good. You should be. After all, you're about to watch me murder a bunch of fucking scorpions. And it won't be kind. Like, if they're already ill, this is just a kick in the dick. Oh, scarab. Scarab, scarab, scarab. Just as I thought. Well, let's hit him hard. Traveler.
Busted.
These things are level 92. How is that sickly to this man? And obliterated. Should we really get any closer to them? I shot them with my bow, but they didn't even flinch. But you defeated them so easily. Miss Candace said I'd improved. Chin up, Karima. You'll become strong eventually, but you've got to take it all one day at a time. You too, Aiden. If you keep training hard like this, it's only a matter of time before we'll let you in. If only I could get Miss Dayhot to teach me. The next time I see Miss Candace, I'll get her to teach me more. That's the spirit. Hey now, didn't they ever tell you not to harp on a man's private woes? We can talk about work later. It's not as if my advertising has had no effect at all. Lots of young men and women have left the village to see the outside world after hearing what I had to say, even if they didn't really want to join us. Well, we can talk about that later. I have to bring these kids back to the village now. The parents are probably at least a little bit worried now that they've been out so long. Here's a little something for you, by the way. Thanks for coming all the way out here with me. Now, how am I going to explain this to the rest of the Ammonites when I go back for a debriefing? You haven't given us our tests yet. That's so. Ah, yes. Yes, let's go back to the village first, and then we'll do the test there. Join the Ammonites and embrace a wonderful new life. Okay. Not doing that. And back to full. Suspicious smuggling case. Take a look around the academia.
These bombs, so heavy.
Like, ah, yes. So that's all the current storyline stuff. Immediately. So next we just have Sino's storyline mission. It's a mandatory mission. So we're going to grab rewards, and then we're going to start that. I'm going to take a small break, because it has been 3 hours and 39 minutes. So I'm going to go grab some food, and I'll be right back.
These bombs, so heavy.
Okay, everybody. I will be right back. Hello everybody, I am back. Let's get back into Genshin.
Dodoko, where are you?
Okay. Now that I have some food, I can eat while we do cutscenes.
These bombs, so heavy. Dodoko?
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't going underground due to that location on the map. Because that could be the underground. But no, it's up here in the Academia. Open sesame!
What should I do now? If only Sino was still around.
Excuse us. Has something happened?
Oh, I appreciate the concern, but who are you? Ah, friends of Sino. Well, I suppose it's not a secret or anything. Since you two are interested, I'll just lay it out for you. My name is Nabil. I'm a Matra in the Academia. A case involving the smuggling of canned knowledge has come to our attention recently, but unfortunately, we don't have the people to handle it at the moment.
Didn't I already solve this?
You mean the Academia is short on Matra right now?
Well, not exactly. I suppose the main problem is that the case suddenly came up after General Mahamatra Sino left to go somewhere. It would be a real headache for us to tackle the case ourselves. Given the large scope of the issue, we talked things over internally and decided that we should find further assistance from outside the Matra.
That's weird.
If you two have some time, would you lend us your strength?
Alright, since you asked so nicely, we'll help.
Yes, large amounts of canned knowledge from unknown origins have been appearing on the market recently. We suspect there's a secret route being used to move the capsules. According to some research, using large amounts of canned knowledge could lead to some serious consequences. And, unfortunately, most people have yet to realize that. Rumors also have it that some particularly dangerous canned knowledge has made its way into the market. Regardless of whether the rumors are true or not, this case calls for urgent action. According to our current leads, it's highly likely that there are dealers selling canned knowledge outside the city, even as we speak. If you two could, please help us investigate the area.
You can count on us! Let's go!
I'm curious on how Sino will come into this.
How's the case coming?
Silence. I don't talk to you, Jill. I'm good. I just like how sometimes you can talk to characters and then there's like no response. The conversation just ends. And they always say something like that where it's like, you asked a question, I didn't reply, and that was fine. Without trying to avoid it, I wanted to look at the chest. This is a flower garden. Ah, there's Sino. Already investigating.
It's Sino! What are you doing here?
Ah, it's you two. I knew I sensed a familiar presence. I'm currently in the middle of an investigation here. We'll have to chat some other time. There's been a recent case of canned knowledge smuggling. It seems that the smugglers are following an elaborate and dangerous scheme. I just happened to acquire some intel which led me here.
Hey, what do you know? We're also here to investigate that.
I see. Well, the situation might be more problematic than you anticipated. I've already questioned several people, but gained very little information.
That's because you look like you're going to stab them.
Long story short, I was able to learn of the secret location where the canned knowledge is being sold. You're welcome to accompany me if you're interested.
Whoa, that sounds pretty complicated. But having Sino around will definitely make things easier. Alright, let's go round up those bad guys.
Bad guy roundup.
No!
Hi. And now you both die for that. Jerks. Hello, doggy. Let's see. There's usually... Okay, so it's sealed in there. Okay. Oh, excuse me.
Behold, the princess.
Behold. Yep. And then once you get near here...
No rest for the wicked.
Really? Where are you going? Oh god, that looks like it will take a while.
I summon thee!
I brought it into reality. Ah, there it is.
More treasure, more treasure! Everything's ready. Let's go.
Everything's ready, let's go. I see a little lost Sealy.
Take it easy.
Let's make sure to get it home. Gotta go fast. Gotta go faster, 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 faster. Moving at the speed of sound. Blah blah na 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 na.
Treasure. One way to draw your target out of hiding.
Without any expectation. No time for relaxation. Hey look, bad guys.
Is this all you got? Seems even less than last time.
That was not synced up at all.
What difference does it make? If you see something you like, buy it. If not, then keep walking.
They've been cracking down on us lately, so we don't have much on hand. If you see something that catches your eye, then now's your chance. There's no telling when we'll have more. What does the Academia think they're doing? Alright, I'll take these here. Let me see what else you have. I don't see any real gems in this batch. It's all pretty ordinary stuff. Whatever, how much do I owe you?
150K. Show us the Mora, and you'll get the goods.
Put the Mora down and your hands up.
It's Sino! When's he ever gonna let up?
Hey, forget the goods! Let's split!
But don't forget the Mora!
Dun dun! Not so fast! You can't escape with Paimon on the case!
What is this? He's got backup now? Doesn't everyone say Sino works alone? I don't like the looks of this. Either way, it's gonna be a tough fight. Any ideas?
It's over. It's not like we're making a big cut anyway. I'm not losing my life here.
Huh? Did they really just give up like that?
Yeah, because Sino will kill them.
Just like the others I've caught. They're not deep in the circle, just dealers at the bottom of the chain. All right, I have one question and one question only. Where did you get this canned knowledge?
The pickup location is different every time. The boss tells us where it's gonna be and that's it. We don't get a say in it. He sends someone every 5 days to bring us the goods.
And when is the next batch coming?
I don't know.
He's telling the truth. Honest. Normally, we should have received a shipment 3 days ago, but we didn't get anything. The stock we have right now is from 8 days ago, which is why there isn't much left.
I know exactly why they didn't receive their last batch. 3 days ago is exactly when I started my investigation. I suspect who's ever running this whole thing knew that I was coming. So they cut all contact with these dealers. When you were trying to escape, you said something about me working alone.
Are you kidding? We've known your name since day one in this business. The boss warned us to watch out and even gave us info about you. But here we are. I guess we never stood a chance.
They already knew all about me and were trying to avoid being detected from the very beginning. These small fries are the only ones that are out in the open. And no matter how many we catch, it won't further our investigation. If only we had another lead. Like a merchant who sells large amounts of canned knowledge.
Huh? Oh, you mean someone like Dur...
Do you have a potential suspect?
Woo!
That's right. I won't turn a blind eye on any dangerous suspect.
Oh! Sounds like we shouldn't ever let Sino meet Dur.
I see. Anyway, I'll think of a way to deal with these two and then continue gathering information. If you manage to learn anything, you can find me at Caravan Rebot. And as for you, I don't ever want to catch you buying canned knowledge again. If you possess any unused knowledge capsules, then you should submit them to the authorities.
Okay, I got it. Just keep your nose out of my business.
Hey, what's with the attitude, mister?
What, you got a problem with that too? Listen, buying canned knowledge is a deal between two people, the buyer and the seller. We don't need people like you butting in on our business here. Think about it. If the academia is hoarding something as convenient and useful like canned knowledge, then they must have been planning only to use it for themselves. Am I right?
The academia has clearly published the potential dangers of canned knowledge. I don't like having to repeat things. And besides, I'm sure you wouldn't listen anyway. I just hope you understand that your actions are what fuels the smuggling of canned knowledge. If I ever catch you again, I will personally see to it that you are punished. All right, Traveler. I need to go now.
Ha! You think you can scare me?
You sound terrified, mate.
Traveler, why don't we go talk to Dory? She's got loads of connections and might be able to tell us something about all this. If Paimon remembers correctly, she's usually at the palace of Alcazar's. Let's go!
Oh, look, we get a story reason to go there. Oh, but I wanted to shoot at him. Why'd you take him away? How am I supposed to shoot at him if he's gone away? That's annoying. I like how the guys who were selling the canned knowledge were way cooler than the dude who was buying it. Like, dude. Like, you don't gotta stop. But, like, clearly you're making a piss in the wrong direction. Peaches! I do not have to fight you, and I choose not to.
Like a lamb to the slaughter.
There is no reason for me to fight you either. Not a one of you has any range. I am like Batman. I didn't hit spacebar in time. Dory is actually here, hilariously enough.
I see. So that's the latest scoop. Good thing you didn't rat me out. Otherwise, who knows where I'd have to be hiding to avoid attention. No idea. Sorry. I've already cashed out of the canned knowledge business. Huh? You mean you stopped selling it? That's right. With so much canned knowledge flooding the market, it was becoming impossible to fetch decent prices anymore. Besides, it seems that group of smugglers has practically taken over the market. It's a little rule of mine to never fight for a share of someone else's market. If I'm gonna make Mora, it's gonna be the lion's share.
So she's smart.
Plus, with regulations getting as tight as they are now, I figured I might as well just hang it up. Sounds like we came all this way for nothing. Well, not completely.
Did you think she was going to tell us anything for no money?
I don't know who's behind all the smuggling activity, but since you didn't sell me out, I'll let you in on what I do know. After all, those smugglers have really crossed the line, butting their way into the market like that. I hope their luck runs out soon so that I can take over. I mean, so that the industry can become more fairly regulated.
Of course.
You just want to make more business for yourself. Don't underestimate its value. Think about it. You can gain all sorts of knowledge while bypassing the troublesome process of studying. Naturally, that makes it a product worth a high price. Of course, not everyone needs that kind of knowledge, but in a market as big as Sumeru, there is plenty of demand. Plus, the cost of production is relatively low, so even if dealers have to cover transportation costs, there's still an enormous profit to be made. Then why does the Academia prohibit selling canned knowledge? Being able to gain complex knowledge and become a scholar with the snap of your fingers does sound like a dream, doesn't it? But everything in the world comes at a price, right? Gaining knowledge is a complicated process. It requires learning, thinking, and practice. Even when it comes to my own business, I have to go through a lot of preparation before I put anything out for sale. But with canned knowledge, one may simply skip all the hassle and get whatever they need to know immediately. That inherently leads to at least two potential problems. First, you'll accept the knowledge as factual without a second thought, and you'll find it very hard to forget. This means that if the knowledge is flawed, then it'll be very difficult to correct. And second, excess use of knowledge capsules over an extended time diminishes your ability to think. You'll end up becoming like a library that can only store knowledge. Oh,
so they just make you into a capsule.
Traveler, you used canned knowledge before. Did you feel any negative effects? Of course, using it sparingly is not an issue, which is exactly why I used to sell it. It's just like how medicine can be used to cure diseases, but can also do harm when overused. It all comes down to balancing the right amount. Anyway, back to the point. There'll be consequences if the sale of canned knowledge by those smugglers is left unchecked. And what's worse, you're playing right into their hands by focusing only on the canned knowledge that's made its way into the market. As far as I know, their real purpose is to distribute information about the Court of Desolation. That's where the real business opportunity is. The Court of Desolation? What's that? Rumor has it that it's a site of ruins from the age of the Scarlet King.
Back to the desert.
It's said that with the treasures inside, one can see beyond life and death. but any research of the ruins is strictly banned by the Academia. Word on the street is that there'll be an auction taking place in the desert. They're auctioning rare canned knowledge, some of which is related to the Court of Desolation. Once I heard about the auction, I began to suspect that all the canned knowledge popping up on the market is just a diversion. I'd wager that their real target is the Court of Desolation. Because studying those ruins is not just a simple matter. It requires knowledge spanning several fields. So, if they're aiming to quickly assemble a research team, canned knowledge would be the best solution. As for the auction, chances are they're trying to attract and scout out anyone with interest or expertise on the subject. On the other hand, no one can say for sure that they will ever succeed in finding the Court of Desolation. So, they might as well just make a fortune while they're at it by hyping up the related canned knowledge at the auction. Sounds to Paimon like we better head to the desert and see the auction. Who knows, we might find some leads there. That's right. And now that I've shared all that valuable info with you, it's time to introduce our limited edition desert travel kit. It comes complete with a map straight to the auction location.
Saw this
As I
coming.
said, I also have to make preparations before I sell things, right? Now, let me consider how much I should sell this for. I've got it! 500,000 Mora per kit! That's quite the bargain. We'll even offer a 50% discount for little Paimon's travel kit. Only 250,000 Mora. What? That's super expensive! No need to worry, little one. Sino's the one heading this investigation, isn't he? I'll be sure to bill all the expenses to him. All you'll need to do is tell him to go to the Merchant's Guild and pay the bill once the mission is completed. Just, be sure to not send him directly here, though, okay? That would leave me completely in the open. I'm sure the former General Mahamatra of the Academia would never leave any debt unpaid. Oh, the Mora. I can see it already. Loads of shiny Mora coming Dory's way.
Dory is lovely.
We'd better get going. If Dory keeps at it, we'll be out of Mora.
So obsessed with Mora. Travel bag you purchased from Dory. All manner of curiosities are contained within. You can't quite make sense of its contents, but on further examination, they all seem quite useful. Information regarding an auction. The Dory collected and compiled. You can find details concerning the canned knowledge auction being held in the desert here.
By the way, it would be quite a tricky task to get all the canned knowledge off the market, don't you think? You'd probably be making some enemies along the way, too. Huh? What makes you say that? Because in the short run, the circulation of canned knowledge benefits everyone. Whoever's behind the smuggling gets a chance to study the Court of Desolation, while knowledge dealers stand to make big profits. Even the buyers get a rare chance to easily access knowledge that's hard to come by. So, you see, it's a win for everyone. Who would want anyone stepping in and ruining the deal? As for the long-term consequences that lie ahead, most people can't see them, nor would they even believe them. So, if you think about it, you're setting yourself up to be targeted by everyone. You've got quite the challenge ahead of you. I can only imagine how stressed you'll feel. How about I recommend a book for you? It's called 100 Ways to De-Stress and Live Your Best. I'll offer you a 30% discount right now. Oh, again? No way we're falling for that.
Lovely Dory. All interactions with her are great. I've been enjoying them quite a bit. She is a shrewd businesswoman. And you stand out like a sore thumb.
Sino! We got news for you. What the smugglers are really after is a chance to research the Court of Desolation. They are hosting an auction in the desert to sell canned knowledge about those ruins.
The Court of Desolation. I won't ask how you came by this intel, but is it reliable?
We also heard that the Court of Desolation contains treasures from the time of the Scarlet King. Is that true?
Partially. It was a secret place built by a dark sect from the age of the Scarlet King. The ruins do contain treasures, but the place is also rife with unknown dangers. According to past research, one must forfeit their life as the price of entering. They are not some ordinary ruins, so the Academia has strictly prohibited any related research.
You don't say.
However, if they are using the canned knowledge as a way to move information and recruit researchers, then I suppose your conclusion does hold some validity. Regardless, we need to go into the desert. Less in recent years, but there are always those who attempt to do so, both inside and outside the Academia. After all, legends claim that whoever obtains the treasures inside can see beyond life and death, or even resurrect the dead. Death is often the greatest grievance for many people. Though they're fully aware that the chance of these rumors being true are slim, they hold tight to such fantasies and pursue them regardless.
Like, it makes sense.
That's why some continue to research it, regardless of it being a restricted subject. On top of that, it's hard to track the source of information contained in canned knowledge.
Yeah, that becomes an issue.
Do you know where the auction is taking place? Good. We'll go investigate. But before that, we'll have to get rid of these people tailing us.
Huh? People
That's right. Let's begin to leave town and see what happens. I'm sure they'll reveal themselves as soon as we make a move. Don't worry.
Probably.
I'll make short work of them.
Yay!
Sino for ya. But we can lend a hand too, you know.
Let us run so that we can punch them. I'm gonna try to fight you guys. Cutscene.
Hold it right there. Heading to the desert, are we? I would think twice if I were you.
Huh? Who are you?
That doesn't matter. All you need to know is that someone wishes to inform you that it's not too late to turn back. You must be Sino. I've heard a lot about you. You've got quite a reputation. But this time you're in over your head. Unless you turn around right now, I'm afraid that even you won't return unscathed.
That's funny.
And as for you two, why bother sticking your noses in trouble that doesn't even concern you? Hmm?
That's right. We won't just sit back and do nothing.
Ha! Have you really thought it through? You're not just doing this for recognition, are you, Sino? My employer said that he's willing to compromise as long as you just walk away. He could, for example, reduce the amount of canned knowledge on the market. I'm sure that would help your investigation appear to be successful enough. On top of that, he's willing to give you a cut of the profit. So you see, you get both Mora and a boost to your reputation. I can't think of a reason why you would pass that up.
Is that so? Well, I can't think of a reason why I'd accept. I've heard enough. Get out of my way.
Sorry, no can do. We're getting paid to ensure you disappear. Since you won't turn back willingly, then we're gonna have to make you go back.
I don't think you can.
New punch.
I swear by my sword.
Nowhere to run.
Press this on for some.
I'll be Guilty! Your penance is due! Guilty! Pulverize! Surrender!
How regretful.
This doesn't change anything. You're in over your head, Sino. There will be others coming for you. You'll regret it. Let's get out of here.
No need. Even if we apprehend them, there'll be little information to gain. Besides, it might also be a trap. I apologize for bringing you into this dangerous mess. Just being associated with me will inevitably cause you to become targets as well. You should be careful from now on. Sleep with one eye open.
I literally always have to. The Abyss is trying to kill me.
Wait, hold on. There's no way anyone could sleep without closing their eyes. Right?
You'd be surprised. Anyway, just be careful. Mercenaries are never quick to forget. In their line of work, even a single failure is bad for reputation. They may even stay hidden in some dark corner for a very long time, waiting for the right moment to ambush you. Yes, I remember it like it was yesterday.
Because it was yesterday, Chad.
I was carrying out a mission with one of my superiors. I didn't have much experience at the time, and I let my guard down after we had closed the case. We ended up being attacked by the remainder of the mercenaries. My superior was injured while protecting me, and we struggled to gain control of the situation. I've become more vigilant ever since, staying alert even while I sleep.
Whoa, who could have seen that coming? Was he okay?
He survived with a fractured wrist. It took 2 months for him to recover, but luckily, there weren't any further complications. Last year, he transferred to an administrative role for personal reasons, and no longer participates in live missions. His name is Taj Radkani, a very well-respected Matra. You'll have the chance to meet him someday. Anyway, our mission will be dangerous. I'm already used to such grueling conditions, but I don't want to see you two get hurt.
Don't worry, Paimon will stay alert. We'll see danger coming a mile away.
Good. Don't worry. It won't be long till we're at the bottom of this. And once this is all over, I'll sweep away any other hidden dangers.
You could also just hunt the mercenaries down. That would also work. I see a thing. He gets to die.
Quietly now.
My journey ends here. You can't even do a thing to hit me.
Here comes the catch.
Lord of Sand, your sacrifice is ready.
Just like we rehearsed. Blow them all up. Woo! Huh? That really hurt.
The golden
Barbados, guide us.
The golden. You suck at fighting.
Things are going
Yeah.
a little too smoothly.
I need those. Up and up we go. red crests. I hit the wrong button. Gosh darn you, DRG. Training my fingers on the wrong buttons. From above.
So hot. If only there was some shade for us to cool off under.
We still have a long way to go, so you'll need to hang in there for a while longer. This is not a good place to rest anyway.
Okay. But don't you feel hot too, Sino?
Of course, but I'm accustomed to these conditions.
Care to share any tips? Paimon's about to melt away.
You're not made of ice cream pie.
Just try to stay focused. Use your willpower to support your mind. The moment you start to give in is when you'll feel more tired. Take one step after another. Don't let your mind perceive your body's limitations. We must get somewhere safe before we can relax.
Okay, if you say so. But where would be a more safe place to rest? Paimon thinks this is a perfectly safe place to stop. Just look around, it's just sand and desert. There aren't any monsters for miles around. Whoa! Where did these scorpions come from?
Watch out. Something's not right about them.
They seem like super evil. Oh, they can attack while in the air. I have yet to see one do that.
Gotcha.
Ah, it's a corpse.
Well, Paimon really didn't expect to see those here.
Those weren't just normal scorpions. See? There are marked numbers on their pincers. They were raised by someone. Someone doesn't want us to show up at the auction. These scorpions were sent to keep us away. We are surrounded by desert as far as the eye can see. If we were killed out here, nobody would ever know.
This place is super dangerous. Good thing we didn't let our guard down.
Something's not right. There are no roads in the desert, so how could they know where we are? Stay still. Here's the answer. They must have planted this on you.
Huh? What is it?
A miniature tracking device made by the Ksharawar. They can use this to discern your approximate location, but this device wasn't licensed for mass production. Where did they get it? Could someone from the Ksharawar also be involved?
So the Matra.
But that doesn't seem right.
Whoa! Paimon never knew that kind of thing even existed! Why would it be on him?
They probably planted it on the Traveler during our fight with the mercenaries earlier. It was a frantic fight. It's only natural you didn't notice the device.
Well, good thing you were able to find it, Sino. Now let's get rid of it.
No. Hold on to it for now. It might still be useful for it. Let's keep heading to the auction. It would be dangerous to linger here any longer.
That is a super heavy body, but I cannot throw it.
They're back again! How many of them are there?
Yeah, Dentrofly. Hey, look at all this canned knowledge.
Weird. Is this where the auction is? Yeah, not a single soul.
We didn't waste any time getting here after we defeated those mercenaries. They shouldn't have been able to give any warning of our arrival, but even so, they still knew we were coming. Someone here must have been watching the tracker, and warned everyone to clear out.
Aw, what should we do now?
We searched the area. They couldn't have moved all the knowledge capsules so quickly. There might still be something left for us to find.
Alright, let's take a good look around the area.
Large amount of K knowledge has been piled here, enough to fetch an extremely large amount of more at market price. Ordinary K knowledge seems to have nothing to do with the Court of Desolation. Hello, big boy. Thunderbeast is drinking water leisurely. It seems to be completely unaffected. Have been completely buried by the wind and sand, but it is impossible to speculate the direction of the merchant's escape with the footprints.
Did you find anything?
No, nothing in particular.
It's possible there weren't many knowledge capsules containing info about the Court of Desolation, so they carried those off. But don't worry. I have another idea. You two start heading back the way we came. I will remain hidden here. Come back and meet me here after some time has passed. I'm sure something will come up by then. They packed up in a hurry and didn't have time to carry off all their goods. They won't just leave them here. Once they think we've left the premises, they'll be back to pick up their belongings. We just need to make sure the tracker goes far enough from here to make them assume that it's safe to come back.
Oh, Paimon gets it! We'll lure them out because they'll think we've left. Okay, we'll start heading away and leave this place to you.
Yes, and don't worry. If they dare to return, I'll make sure they stay.
That was a lethal threat.
There's no time to lose. Leave as soon as you're ready.
Vamos, said I go.
One, two, where's 3? Huh. There should be 4 of those things.
Woo!
Ah, there it is. It blends in so well.
Treasure. One way to draw your target out of them.
items. Energy recharge run up. We're hoping for crit damage. But attack percent, energy recharge, and crit damage are all good ones to go up. So we got 3 options that I'll take. So the odds are in our favor. We're all spamming, boys. At this rate. That's depressing to see. I have 3 options here and I get the one that I don't want. That's gross. The one downside. Agitated nose. And that's maxed it. And it went to defense again. Gosh damn it. That is terrible rolls. Teleport away! Fly away now. Fly away. Grab the viewpoint. Gravity. The barren land where sand dances. Added to the archive. It's this pathway. Oh, hello. Very angry mushrooms. I guess it was just empty. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Ugh, so tired. We've probably gone gone far enough now, right? Yay. Let's rest for a little while before we go back to find Cyno. It's probably about time for us to head back to the auction. Let's go. Maybe Cyno's finally found some leads.
Hopefully. Like, that's the closest waypoint to where we're going. That's cute. A bunch of mushrooms sitting with a room guard. Smashdown.
Oh, looks like Cyno caught someone. So you're the bad guy behind all this, aren't ya? All right, tell Paimon everything you know.
I didn't act immediately when he showed up. Rather, I laid low and observed for a while. He is not the primary instigator, but he is most likely one of the more important dealers here. Am I right?
Yes, impressive. You certainly live up to your reputation, Cyno.
Bahari.
If I had any idea you were still around, I wouldn't have gotten so greedy.
Huh? Greedy?
Once everyone knew you were coming, all the canned knowledge dealers abandoned their goods and fled at once. Obviously, there wasn't time to pack up everything. Since all the goods were just left here unsupervised, I thought I'd use the opportunity to come back and take what I could. You know, free merchandise is good business, but I suppose there's no use explaining it now.
You must know who's manufacturing and selling the canned knowledge, correct? Will you tell us willingly? Or do I need to make you talk?
No, I'll talk. But before that, perhaps if we stay here, chances are that someone will see me with you. That would put both me and my family in danger.
All right. Where do you suggest we go?
How about my home in Aru Village? It should be safe there.
Fine. Let's head out. You can throw away the tracker now, traveler.
Listen, buddy, you better not try to trick us.
Come on now. Do you really think I'd try to pull anything under Cyno's watch? Seriously, what can I even do?
I feel that he'll probably be worthless. Or have all the secrets in the world.
Busted.
You're not very good at turning, mates.
Gotcha.
Hi.
Love it.
Dad, you're back. Oh, we have guests? Hi there.
This is my daughter, Seeming. She can be a little shy of strangers.
Why are you bringing us to your house?
Why don't you run along now, dear? Dad needs to talk with our guests.
Oh, okay.
She knows that you're a piece of...
Everyone knows Cyno in our business, but let me ask, who are you two?
Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler.
To be honest, I really didn't expect to see Cyno, the lone operator, working with any partners. When I saw the tracker start moving away, I assumed you had decided to just go back empty-handed. But even though you caught me, I'd still urge you to stop while you still can.
Why is that?
Everything, from the manufacturing of canned knowledge to the sales and even splitting the profits. every step of the process involves dozens, if not hundreds of people. Massive profits have brought everyone together in this business. Everyone will try their best to defend this industry that we've worked to build. It will be a long and difficult fight, even for you, Sino. And even if you manage to win in the end, no one will thank you. If anything, you yourself might even feel remorse. Why are you so bent on putting us out of business?
Everyone has their own reasons for what they do. I don't have to explain mine.
Here's some tea, Dad. And for the guests, too.
The child has drugs.
Right. I forgot to offer tea to our guests. Thank you.
Don't mention it. And I should tell you that our tea tastes kind of bitter, but I put some sugar in to make it a little tastier.
She's poisoned.
That's my girl. Do we still have any sugar left? If not, I'll buy some more next time.
Yes, we do. Okay. I'm gonna go have a rest now.
Didn't you say that everyone's in it for the massive profits? That sure doesn't seem to be the case for you.
Actually, my daughter was born with a chronic disease, so she has a relatively weak heart and lungs. Even slightly strenuous exercise can cause her to faint and prove to be a life-threatening risk. That's why she never really had any friends to play with, and why she locks herself up in her room most of the time. She has to take lots of medicine, and it doesn't come cheap. As for me, I was just an average merchant. I would wake up early and travel all around to make a profit. But the Mora was still... Until one day, someone reached out and showed me a way to really make...
Selling canned knowledge.
That's right. With all the Mora I made, I could finally afford medical treatment for my daughter. Nothing made me happier than seeing her get better. There are many others like me. Smuggling canned knowledge might seem like an unforgivable crime to you, but to us, it's a means of survival. I wanted to tell you all this so that maybe you could understand and change your mind. Please, stay out of this, Sino. Give us a way to survive.
Oh no. That means that if we prevent the sale of canned knowledge...
I must get to the truth. I can find someone to help treat your child, but I cannot turn a blind eye to the smuggling. These are two completely different issues.
I somehow knew you would say that, but having your word to help my daughter is enough for me. Since you insist on continuing the investigation, you should have a look around the back of my home. You'll find some goods I received just recently. I think everything will become clear to you once you see them.
Whoa! Look at all of this!
Yes. All neatly packed away and organized in boxes. To think that this is only one dealer's worth. Small producers couldn't possibly support such a large quantity of goods. Could the Academia have a hand in this? But such a volume of goods wouldn't be able to slip through inspection.
Exactly.
Huh? Look! These seem different from the other knowledge capsules we've seen. Maybe they...
Yes, that would make sense. Wait, what's this? Yes, it's a Matra seal.
Yep.
Indicating that the goods have passed Matra inspection. I started to suspect that someone in the Academia might be involved when I found the tracker earlier. But how they could ship so much canned knowledge out of the Academia was... The pieces have now all fallen into place. With this Matra seal, goods can leave the Academia without undergoing a second inspection. No wonder they don't want me to investigate. It turns out that a Matra is behind this. Even I find it hard to believe. Could I ask you for a favor, Travel? Since all this canned knowledge came from the Academia, then it's highly likely that the knowledge regarding the Court of Desolation originated from research files stored within the Academia. If we can enter the repository, we can find out who accessed these files. But considering my current status, if I suddenly show up at the Academia now, it will only draw unnecessary attention. You'll need to be the one who checks the records. I'll write a letter to Nabil, and he'll take you there.
Sure thing.
I'm pretty sure Nabil is the one we're against.
I'll also keep working here in the meantime. Although our leads are all currently pointing to someone within the Academia, it's obvious that they also have power outside of it. We can get more information on other dealers from Bahari. I'll stay here and make some preparations. You can come find me anytime if you uncover more info.
A recommendation that Sino wrote for you. It represents the trust the General Mahapata places in you.
If you start sniffing around the Academia, it won't be long before people catch on to you. And once word gets out, they'll soon be after my daughter.
Don't worry. I'll find them before things escalate that. But if you still feel uneasy, then why don't you tell me about anyone else you know who was involved? The more information I have, the safer you will be.
All right.
Why do I just feel... Sumeru always just gives me feelings of betrayal. This entire place, I'm like, everything's lovely. Tanar is the only one we can trust. And even he is, like, untrustworthy half of the time, because he won't tell you what he's actually thinking. But he's trustworthy by the end, is what it seems. Actually, the only one I kind of trust is Kale. And
Hello,
I
we
would
meet again.
probably still not trust her.
How's the investigation going? Oh, so you were able to find Sino after all. I hope he's doing all right. I read the letter and must admit that I hadn't expected things to be so serious. Sorry. Had I...
It's alright. We wanted to help Sino too.
I can tell that he really trusts you. The research files stored away in the restricted repository are far from ordinary. Even I don't usually have authorization to enter. But with this letter from Sino, that's right. Granted, the Academia is very supportive when it comes to research. They encourage scholars to conduct all kinds of studies. However, some forms of research have proven to be so dangerous that the Matra have to step in and put a stop to them. Normally, after some particular research becomes prohibited, majority of the related files will be destroyed. But some information may be retained as a record to warn later researchers. Such information is kept in the restricted repository, which is heavily guarded. Follow me, I'll show you. Hopefully, we'll find the answers that Sino is looking for.
The restricted repository.
Especially if Nabil is the one who we should be against.
Okay, I understand. Since Sino is vouching for you, I suppose we can trust you. You may browse the information regarding the Court of Desolation. Ask me if you have any questions. But I'd suggest avoiding any other research files. Sometimes the less you know, the better.
I feel like I now own your research facility. And I shall learn all I want.
Huh. So this is the restricted repository. I never thought I'd see the inside of it. This is a first for both you and me.
There are many who do not openly converse with others within the Academia. But even so, there are very few who I feel could be trusted with a real secret. Sino happens to be one of them. Even though he's no longer in the Academia, I still trust him. And that goes for anyone he trusts as well. The files are over there. Just make it quick.
I don't know why we let Nabil in. Records, an account of a spat-mad researcher who was expelled from the Academia for studying mechanical life forms. Ooh, comfy chair. We do a sit. Despite repeated prohibitions, research on the Court of Desolation in the past decade has increased without ceasing. Researchers who study the history of the Court of Desolation mainly go through three stages: discovery, investigation, and fanaticism. The earliest stage of research is relatively basic, discovery phase, which causes little to no harm. The result of their discoveries will show that treasures related to life and death may be hidden within the Court of Desolation. This is also where the rumor of bringing the dead back to life may begin. Following the initial phase is prolonged investigation phase. All documentation regarding the location of the Court of Desolation has been vague at best. As a result, the structure itself has never been truly discovered. Many researchers deplete their resources searching in the desert only to find a scant few remaining stone tablets with the words, "Entering the Court of Desolation comes at the price of one's life." Two different interpretations of the line have quickly emerged as a result. Some believe that the price of one's life is the key to entering the Court of Desolation, while the others asserted that it was a requirement for the court to appear. Because the Court of Desolation has never been discovered, the latter view gradually became mainstream. As a result, many researchers went in a short period of time, overtaken by their fervent desire to make the Court of Desolation appear, they attempted to sacrifice their lives. Relevant research became increasingly dangerous and was eventually banned. But even after that, many academic scholars secretly continued their research. It was not until 7 scholars, including Muratada Raducanu, were arrested that research into the Court of Desolation entered a period of stagnation once again.
Whoa, there's a lot to read here. Have you found anything yet? Huh, it reminds Paimon of Cyno's former partner.
His former partner? That would be Taj Raducanu. But you're not far off. Murtada Raducanu was Taj's only son.
What? Taj's son went to prison for researching the Court of Desolation?
Why do you sound so surprised? You're a Matra, aren't you?
It's just that they arrested him in secret, so it was never publicly known. All I knew was that Taj's son was taken to prison. It's not just me. I bet even Cyno didn't know about it.
No. Unfortunately, there isn't. He took his own life not long after he went to prison. You've heard about Taj, right? I know Nabil has. Every Matra knows him. I would say he's probably pushing 50 this year, which makes him one of the most experienced Matra. He is a man of integrity and honesty, and has made countless achievements. His reputation goes back a long way now. He used to be Cyno's only partner. Taj is also skilled with the polearm, so the two of them used to practice together when they weren't out on a mission.
Ah, right. I heard Cyno mention that before. But one day, Taj suddenly decided to retire from active duty and transfer to an administrative position. I wonder if it had anything to do with the Murtada incident.
Taj was already very well known by the time Murtada was born, so when Murtada came to study at the Academia, everyone had high expectations of him. He had to face a lot of pressure. Then he had an unpleasant dispute with his father, but they were eventually able to work things out. Not long after they had reconciled, Murtada was caught studying the Court of Desolation, which is in violation of Academia rules. Taj arrested his son and put him behind bars. He begged for leniency, but Taj wouldn't agree. Shortly after, Murtada slit his own throat with the pieces of a broken bowl. By the time Taj arrived at the scene, it was already too late. He never had a last chance to see his son. Since then, Taj has been periodically coming to the repository. He'll hold the files from his son's research with a remorseful look on his face. I guess that's why he chose to move to administrative work.
I had no idea that happened. That must be really hard for Taj. I've never heard him mention that to anyone.
That's awful. Paimon feels terrible now.
Wait, don't tell me you're starting to suspect possible. Taj would never do that. I mean, yes, he does have, but this is Taj we're talking about. He would
But if you claim that the canned knowledge was originating from the Academia, then Taj is indeed a suspect, because he was the only one who could have recently gone through research files about the Court of Desolation. There are so many files about those ruins that it would be difficult to restart any research, since the 7 original researchers were put behind bars. However, if the files were made into canned knowledge, they could be understood immediately. By doing so, one could restart the research outside the Academia without anyone ever noticing.
But even so,
According to the legends, the treasures inside the Court of Desolation could allow someone to see beyond life and death, though I don't really believe Taj would ever try to do something like that. I'm just telling you what I know. It's the job of the Matra to find the truth and track down. Do you have any questions? If not, it'd be best if you would leave now.
Paimon's kinda confused.
Oh, now that I think about it, Sino suspected that the canned knot. There's no way so many boxes could ever get through without drawing any attention. Maybe we could try asking people around the gate of the Academia. Don't worry, Taj. I won't let.
Alrighty then,
Oh yeah, because I didn't see this thing. Records account of Haravata researcher being sentenced to prison for deciphering forbidden documents. Anything else in here? Nope. The repository.
Excuse me. Have you seen any large shipments of goods leaving the Academia recently?
Huh. Well, yes, but isn't that pretty normal? The Academia consumes so many resources each day. Everything from cooking ingredients, raw materials, even...
Right, but we're looking for shipments with a Matra seal. Have you seen any like that?
That I'm not too sure of. I normally wouldn't notice whether the goods have any seals or not. Maybe you should ask someone else.
That guy, literally not helpful.
Excuse me, have you seen any large shipments of goods leaving the Academia recently?
No, not that I'm aware of. Perhaps you could ask someone else?
Excuse me. Have you seen any large shipments of goods leaving the Academia recently?
Huh? Why do you ask?
I'm just checking to ensure nothing unusual has happened.
Well, I can't say it's unusual, but I did notice something. There's a Kashar Rawar researcher who's been making frequent shipments recently. Dozen of large boxes each time, if not more. When I asked him about it, he said they just contained a bunch of old worn-out machines. The Kashar Rawar used to often sell scrap machines to traveling merchants, so I didn't really think anything of it. But he's been making a lot of shipments lately. There weren't ever so many outdated machines before.
And you didn't find that suspicious? Why didn't you report it for inspection?
Well, the boxes were stamped with a Matra seal. Why should I bother? Of course, I did start to wonder about the seal once, thinking that maybe they forged it or something. But you know what happened? A man named Taj came here and told me that he'd already inspected the goods personally and ordered me to leave the researcher alone. I couldn't question his word, could I?
Possible. There must be some sort of mistake. There's no way Taj would ever... No, I won't believe it. Taj is an honorable man. Someone must be trying... Wait, I know another Matra who works with Taj. I can ask him to let us speak with Taj.
You are an idiot. You're either evil or a fool.
As I've already told you, I don't have any way to contact Taj. A few Eremites showed up looking for Taj yesterday, and he met with them in his office. I was standing outside of the door, and I vaguely heard them say, "Found it." Before I realized it, the door opened, and Taj left with the group of them. I noticed that he had also changed into Eremite attire, but Taj didn't come to work today, so I've also started to feel a little concerned about the whole thing. If you'd like to speak with him, maybe you can try visiting his home. He lives just on the outskirts of Sumeru City.
A group of Eremites? Could Taj really be the one making all the canned knowledge?
No way. Taj is just like Sino. They're considered heroes among the Matra. There's no way that he would...
For the death of his child? Yeah, there is.
Fine. Looks like there's no other choice.
Hey, don't let it get to you just yet. We'll get to the bottom of this once and for all.
Like... There's really no reason. But okay. Just so that there's no a certainty beyond death. Doesn't make sense any other way, unless it's the Beal, who's just claiming to be Taj. He lives in the farming area?
This is Taj's place.
Well, what should we do then? Do we...
No. Well, anyway, we're still not sure if he's the real culprit. Probably not a good idea to go in without permission.
And what is the point of this?
You're right. Even if we apply for a warrant now, we won't be able to do anything until tomorrow at the earliest. What's this?
It's a paper full of names written on it. Oh, and a map. Nabil, can you make any sense of...
Yes. This is definitely Taj's handwriting. These are the transactions between Taj and some other people. From the look of the numbers, the scale of this smuggling case is absolutely massive. The whole operation involves more than 300 people, including dozens of celebrities. These are famous scholars, merchants, mercenaries. I have a feeling that Sino might be unaware of what he's up against. There's no way anyone could face such a large organization on their own. You're right. That's just who he is. As for the map, it appears to indicate the location of the Court of Desolation. Let's take it to Sino and let him decide how to proceed.
Hi.
That's nearby.
If Taj really has turned on his honor and committed these terrible acts, then I suspect that he might already be... I don't want to suspect him, but I also don't know him very well. Maybe Sino will know what to do.
All right, we'll give these to Sino and see.
A map that you found in Taj's room. It shows the location to the Court of Desolation.
I don't want to suspect him, but...
It looks like it's literally just down there. Ugh. Have you just been staying at this family's home?
Well, Sino?
Taj. It's been a while since I last saw him. From what I remember, he is a straight-laced man. Although he would resort to extreme measures from time to time, he would never do anything against his beliefs.
So do you think he's the one behind all?
I'm still not sure. I cannot imagine how devastating the incident with Mortada was for him. Nor can I deny the possibility that people can change. Whether it's out of love for his son or for other reasons. We have to see for ourselves to judge him. Or rather, the person he's become. That's right. It's clear that he had a hand in this case, yet he made no report of it. There's no doubting that. That's also why I need to see him. I must ask his reasoning and judge him myself. Time is ticking. Let's go.
Yes, Anubis child. Judgment.
That doesn't look hard to find.
That's quite a big area, my friend.
On the road again.
flying higher than the gods again. Gonna go and stab a man again with an arrow through the eye, and then I will hope he dies on the road again. About to stab a man with a sword again. We're gonna kick him in the nuts again till he learns to shut his mouth again. Oh, 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 on the road again. Enacting violent claims of vengeance, burning homes out and kicking teeth in. We're on the road again. It's time for violence against the elderly. Well, I guess middle-aged, he's 50. I bet you that it's in there where the scorpions are defending, and there's ancient-looking buildings.
Busted.
Gather up, gather up, gather up, bang!
Dumpy Dumpty go! Hi-ya! La la la!
All that meat, all that meat, all that meat, all that meat, meat. Meat. We just gotta switch to our early team comp.
Well, since you asked so nicely.
Burn him down. Burn him down. Burn him down. So we're going to cause aggregate. A lot of aggregate. I guess I technically didn't.
Court of Desolation. Are there really any treasures buried here? Oh, Paimon's kind of nervous. Could it be dangerous?
Don't worry. You'll be safe with me.
Well, into the pit! Ah, an enemy.
Nowhere to run.
Gotcha.
Surrender.
Right now, right here.
Futile.
These walls have definitely seen better days. Was there some sort of fight here? Let's keep going and see what we can find.
Emerge. Right now.
Oh, that's her shoes.
Emerge. Right here.
Oh, hello.
Whoa, is it just Paimon? Or did that passageway just rotate? It's not gonna start moving again, is it? Either way, we should be careful.
Quietly now.
Okay. There is a cell down here, which means this is prison.
A passage! Hopefully that's our way in. That eye seems to be staring right at us. This place gives Paimon the creeps. You go first.
Okay, I will. Doesn't really look like an eye. It looks just kind of like a rhombus. Just stretching out the body. I'm assuming I'm supposed to rotate it. Apparently there was a gap. Oh, hello.
Gotcha.
Judgment is upon you. Your penance is due. Guilty.
Oh! It made its way even into the cutscene. Make sure to look around to try to find chests bound and make sure that you get it all. And there he is, the enemy, our enemy. We'll have to punch him in the face again.
Taj.
Ah, Sino. It's been some time since I've seen you last. I trust you are doing well. Seeing that you've made it all the way here, you must be on the cusp of wrapping up your investigation, I presume. Even faster than I expected. Is it because you have some new partners now?
That's right. This case is nearly closed. But the most important answer still eludes me. Was it all your doing? Smuggling the canned knowledge? The research of the Court of Desolation?
Yes, it was me.
Then explain why.
That's the difficult part. Let's just say I've changed. I've become a selfish coward who only wants to pursue his own interests.
Okay, so he's psychic.
I find that hard to believe.
Oh, really? Way I see it, every person will end up like me sooner or later. When you're young, you press forward, unattached, living solely for the justice in your heart. But as you begin to age, you start to become more cautious. You know many things are wrong, but still turn a blind eye to them. I was the same. I never questioned my actions until Murtada died. I could feel the justice that I once strived to uphold slowly crumbling in my heart. I was completely dedicated to all that I did, but as I grew older, I found myself feeling alone, miserable. Can you imagine what it feels like to not have the will to live, but not be able to die?
Absolutely.
Murtada was sent to prison by my own hands. I set myself on this painful path. My son hated me, to the day he died, and now I must live with that pain and regret.
Okay. So you're very aware of yourself. Why are you doing it?
I failed him as a father. But now I have a chance to make it right. A chance to reunite with him.
I don't really think so. This is gonna be like that stone from the river of the Deathly Hallows. Like, you can see them, but they're still dead.
The Court of Desolation. Here lies the key to overcoming life and death. The power to even bring the dead back to life.
So, did you already find what you needed here?
See this door behind me? Behind it lies the treasures that I seek. I'm so close, Cyno. If only you hadn't arrived now, I could—
Enough conjecture. What has happened is already part of the past. You cannot bring the dead back to life. In the end, the treasures you seek are nothing but myths and legend.
Since you're so sure, why don't you just let me open the door and see then?
No. I sense danger behind that door. There will be dire consequences the moment you open it.
I beg you, as an old partner, can you let me fulfill my last wish just this once? Surely you get it by now. Doing your job without mercy will only drive people away from you. I'm the prime example.
Does not equal the same.
I don't overthink things. If there is only one way for me to defend my principles, then that is the path I will take.
Seems there's no convincing you. All right then. Let's see if your polearm skills have improved at all.
I'm not really threatened by you, old man. You're 50. That was poor timing, though. They should have taken a little bit longer on the pause, or sped up the animation.
Power is mine.
Oh.
I will set things right no matter what comes.
Things are about to get dicey.
I'm always watching.
Right now, emerge.
Nowhere to run.
As I thought.
Not really that difficult.
Your strength.
A lot of bullshit, though.
You feel it, don't you? I'm stronger than you remember. This is only a taste of it. Once I open the door behind me, this power will be complete. Even life and death will have no grip on me.
Uh-oh. We have to stop this guy!
I won't let you open that door.
I wouldn't be so sure. I'm afraid it won't be easy to stop me now that you're injured. Or are you ready to sacrifice your life for this?
I'll do what I have to.
I still remember when we first became partners. You were always charging forward and putting your life on the line. Just like now. Even after all this time, you still haven't changed.
You haven't changed either. You left that list of names and map in your house on purpose, didn't you? You wanted me to be able to find you here. All of this was just part of the act you were putting on. What happened just now was also part of your plan. You might have fooled those on the list. But you will not fool me. I had my suspicions from the beginning, but I couldn't be sure until we fought. If he really had changed, your fighting style wouldn't be as it was before.
Huh? What do you mean, Cyno?
He never planned on opening the door. His true intention was...
What's happening?
Seems our time is running short. Let me make this quick then. After Mortada died, my spirit was crushed. For a long time, I was hoping this reality was just some terrible nightmare. I hoped I would just wake up and be able to see his smiling face again. That is when I was approached by someone who wished to collaborate and find the Court of Desolation together. I did some investigation of my own and discovered they were part of a massive organization.
This makes way more sense.
People from every walk of life are involved. They are relentless in their search, pouring countless mora into secret research, even sacrificing lives in hopes that the Court of Desolation would appear.
No wonder banning the research wasn't enough. A full-scale operation was already in motion.
I'm a flesh and blood human like anyone else, so I obviously hesitated and considered it. The thought of bringing my son back tugged at my heart, but in the end, I came to my senses. I knew that I could not let myself go down that path. I suddenly came to a realization amidst my suffering. The Court of Desolation, a place that once drove people to tragedy, was still doing so, even centuries later. As long as this place exists, people will recklessly seek it out, just as Mortada did, generation after generation, regardless of the cost. Let it be buried beneath the sand forever. Once the Court of Desolation is gone, there will no longer be anyone obsessed with seeking it out. That's right. I acted as if I had abandoned my convictions just so that they would cooperate without raising any suspicion. This was the only way I could find and destroy this place. But that wasn't enough. I needed someone I could trust to bring the organization to justice. The Academia forbids the research of the Court of Desolation, so they would never approve my plan in the first place. To add to the problem, the organization is so powerful that they even have members working within the Academia. If I wished to destroy the organization, I couldn't just count on the Academia alone.
I'm happy that they chose to go this route, because this makes so much more sense. So I take back my earlier complaint. He was playing this role.
You pretended to be the one behind all this, as a test for me.
Yes. I'm sorry, but now I am assured. You haven't changed at all. You are still as you always were, fearless, and making no compromise. Anyway, this place is collapsing. You must leave now.
Wait! Aren't you leaving too? There are still loads of bad guys to catch outside!
His fate is already sealed. There is no life left inside him. He is like a candle with no more wick to burn. You planned it all from the very beginning, didn't you? Risking being treated as a traitor to collaborate with them. Sacrificing your own life to open and destroy the Court of Desolation.
Regardless, I made a grave mistake by allowing the smuggling and the research of this place. Let this be the final judgment on myself. I was always so busy with work that I never made time to fulfill Mortada's wishes. Finding this place was his biggest wish. Since I'll be reuniting with him here, I can only hope he won't have anything more to hold against me. I'll leave all those people on the list to you. Sorry for all the trouble I've caused.
There's nothing to be sorry for. We are partners. If you see Mortada, send him my greetings. Goodbye, old friend.
Cutscene!
Dad, why are they so strict with me? I'm always the only one who gets in trouble.
Just leave me alone! Don't worry, I won't damage your precious reputation.
Alright, Dad. Let's start over. By the way, I finally found an area of research I wish to pursue. Why can't you show even a little leniency? Why?
Because we are Matra.
The Court of Desolation has...
Just as Taj said, that place had caused too many disasters and tragedies. Being buried in quicksand is its rightful end. To them, As long as there's Mora to be made, they will disregard. Their only goal is to make massive profits off of dangerous research. Taj may have set them back with the Court of Desolation. But it won't be long before they continue searching for another target. That's an opportunity that I will not let them have.
We'll help too.
Thank you. But you've already done enough. Just leave the rest to me. I will bring them to justice myself. Besides, I promised you that I would sweep away any potential danger. So, that's what I'm going to do. Wait for me at Caravan Rebob 4 days from now.
He has a long list. 4 days? That's a long-ass list, mate.
I swear by my sword.
Everyone's healed. Oh, his face don't match his voice. Yeah, that seems to be a running issue, but that is because this game like starts in Chinese, was translated into Japanese and English, so you know, I'm not surprised that there's a little bit of lip syncing out. His face don't match his voice. Or did you just mean that he has too nice of a voice for it to match his face? Like, the voice doesn't match the character. Okay. Boom ba-da-dum boom, boom ba-da-dum boom, boom ba-da-dum boom, boom boom. The voice doesn't match the character. For Cyno or for Taj? I'm assuming you mean for Taj. And I can kind of agree there. If you mean for Cyno, well then, I have to disagree. Yes, that's Taj. I do also agree. I feel like he should have been more haggard. He sounded gruff enough for the person we had been described. Like, a gruff voice. He sounded gruff enough. But it may be a little bit more out of breath. But maybe not, because, you know, he was so much more powerful because he'd opened the seal of life and death. I am here. Stab Nabil in the back.
We meet again.
Here.
Thank you so much for all your help.
Nabil, what are you doing here?
Convicts from the desert are being escorted through Caravan Rebob, so I'm here to keep an eye on things. This should be the last group of them, so I'll be heading back to the Academia once they're cleared. The last few days have been quite the ride, but fortunately, I can say with confidence that this case is finally coming to an end. At first, the mercenary groups on the list were putting up quite a fight. They made several desperate attempts to cover up the truth. However, word is that someone crossed the desert and took out their main camp overnight.
You mean Cyno?
After that, people on the list started to put pressure on the higher-ups within the Academia. Everyone was on edge, and the case came to a standstill.
And? Then what happened?
Well, then we received word that Taj Rudkani had sacrificed himself on the case. The news really stirred up the members of our ranks. The Matra then moved together against the enemy. We cleared out the traitors from within the Academia and arrested all the researchers on the list. Some of them managed to get out of the Academia, but still failed to escape. The scattered criminals were captured all across Sumeru by the mysterious person who had defeated the mercenary groups. I even heard that someone was about to escape to Fontaine, but was still apprehended just at the border. Having more than 300 prisoners apprehended for interrogation has definitely shaken things up recently.
So that's the end of it. Catching everyone on the list means no more smuggling canned knowledge and no more victims. It was a lot of work, but Paimon thinks we accomplished something big.
That's right. Thanks again for your assistance. As for the mysterious person who hit the mercenary camp, that must be Sino, right? He's the only one I can think of who could accomplish such a feat.
He is a tired dog boy.
Speaking of which,
who is not
have
a
you
dog.
been in touch with Sino these days? I think I just saw him when I was on watch nearby. He was walking with someone I didn't recognize, and then before I knew it, they were nowhere to be seen.
Sure thing, Nibeel. You be careful too. Don't let any of those bad guys escape.
Don't worry about me. If anything happens, you can find me at the Academia anytime. Farewell then.
Sino, get over here. Sino, get over.
Trying to single-handedly bring 300 people to justice must feel pretty exhilarating. But I can assure you this is certainly not the best solution.
I'm aware. However, I learned something unexpected during interrogation. Apparently, someone had enticed Murtada Radkani into becoming interested in researching the Court of Desolation. Murtada had lived in his father's shadow all his life. Naturally, he wanted to conduct research that would seem groundbreaking and significant. After Murtada died, the organization tried to use Taj's shame regarding his son to add him to their ranks, toying with others' minds, treating lives like dirt, and doing anything for their own interests. This makes me angry.
Fine, I understand. This is a type of trap I've been working on which uses plants. Here, take some just in case you need them next time. If thrown into the mud, the trap will grow rapidly and disperse a pollen that has a paralyzing effect. I don't have much use for the traps these days, but maybe you will and can help me collect more testing data.
Sino! Tighnari!
Tangerine! Woof boy!
Oh, so Tighnari must be who Nibeel saw earlier. Are you also here to see Sino?
That's right. Sino asked me to collect some medicinal herbs to treat a girl named Seemine. I also dropped by just to check for any injuries. He seems to be fine physically, but he looks a little more lonely than I remember. And Sino, relax. You don't always have to look so serious, you know? Why don't you play more Genius Invocation TCG? Kale has always been a little wary of you, and your stern expression certainly isn't helping.
How is Kale these days?
She's grown a bit taller, but her grades could use some improvement. She still made many mistakes on her last test, even after I had marked all the important content in the book for her. Her condition seems to be improving lately, so I plan on having her go outside more. It just so happens that I have something she can help me with.
Huh? You mean Kale is leaving Avidya Forest? What happened?
I've asked her to host some ad hoc lectures to teach the dangers of canned knowledge, as well as how to use it safely. Although we've apprehended all the criminals behind the recent smuggling case, there are many people who are still curious and seek after canned knowledge. So I decided to ask her to work on increasing knowledge and awareness on the topic. Please be sure to keep an eye on her.
I will.
If anything else happens, the three of you can find me in the Avidya Forest. Take care.
The connection between forest and desert.
I've already caught those who were preparing to attack you in secret. Even if some criminals did slip through our fingers, they wouldn't know that you were involved in the case. So you can relax.
But what about you, Sino?
It's still not time for me to rest yet. Those who died have fulfilled their wishes, but those who are alive must continue pressing forward. I've been thinking about what Taj said in the Court of Desolation these last few days. His words were not empty. People do change, and no belief can completely resist the erosion of time. I just hope my own change will come slowly, so that I can press on a little further. That way, those who see me as their superior, and those who are following in my footsteps, will learn courage from my example, just as I gained courage from my own superiors, and my partner.
Aww.
I'll be fine. I'm also enjoying my chat with you right now, you know. There are many things I feel better about once I start to talk about them. Many people want to go to the desert to offer condolences for Taj. But I didn't share details with anyone. I'd prefer to avoid revealing the location of the Court of Desolation. One day, I'll gather some flowers that grow in arid desert conditions. And then, I was hoping you'd join me in planting them on the remains of the Court of Desolation.
Yes, let nature destroy it. Sands of Solitude, Act 1 complete.
By the way, a merchant approached me and requested that I cover the cost of a desert travel kit. 1,250,000 mora. I didn't remember owing anyone mora, especially not that kind of amount. So I arrested the merchant on charges of provocation and disturbing the peace. Do you know anything about this?
Nope. Paimon has no idea what that could be.
By the way, a merchant, I didn't remember. Do you know anything?
General Mahamatra on duty. It might be a teapot item. I'm like, I meant to click on it. But I wanted to see if he would say anything else. The briefcase used by the General Mahamatra Sino has an approximately cylindrical cross section and has ornaments that signify its status. This briefcase can hold more documents and implements than the standard style that the Academia uses. Of course, the need to use so many objects in a single investigation indicates that task is of such extreme complexity that only a few people in the Academia can accomplish it. Chief among them, of course, being General Mahamatra Sino. The briefcase large size has also been an encumbrance. Every time Sino leaves the house with this briefcase, he will invariably be spotted by various people, and the word will quickly spread that the General Mahamatra is off on official duty, which can get in the way of his investigation. As such, Sino often takes advantage of this notion by going out empty-handed and acting like he's not working, which can catch his targets off guard, or by taking the briefcase to the tavern, sit at the table for a long game of genius invocation, until any onlookers tire of watching him. With time, the briefcase has thus become to symbolize the unpredictable work hours of the General Mahamatra. Nice. Okay. With that done, we have the main quest line done. We'll do this one next. But for today's stream, that's all we'll be doing. So, let's find someone to raid. This is where we'll be ending. I thank you all for coming. Hopefully you enjoyed your time.